Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the late show. I'm your host, Lord Hellespont V, your favorite pseudo intellectual, and still the most eligible bachelor in Watch YouTube. We're talking today about a subject that has been a variation on the theme in a way. We talked about some of the best deals we made in the watch market. We talked about some of the worst. And today we are going to have a larger heading about what resources we actually have when we are in the market for a luxury wristwatch. Do we use the usual suspects? Is it just authorized dealers and gray marketeers, or do we have other kinds of sources? Do we go on Craigslist to pawn shops, or do we go to the local jewelry district or diamond district to hunt for deals there? Do you have our own sources for pre-owned watches, for vintage watches, for watches that are in the secondary market in one way or another? Um, Maybe some of us are in the auction circuit, or others have special connections and an established purchase history in brand boutiques, say FB Jean or Lange und Söhne, or similar um, high horology luxury watch boutiques. So we're going to talk about all of that, and of course, Big Meech says, as always, David SW, David SW, David SW. He says, buy from Wixon Jewelry of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Um, if you didn't know about Wixon's jewelry, by the way, guys, and you thought that David SW was overpriced and expensive, you thought that some of these gray marketeers were ripping you off with asking unreasonable premiums on uh, barely worn or partially stickered new Rolexes and some other brands of hype watches. Check out Wixon Jewelry, and you'll be surprised. So the sky is the limit when it comes to selling overpriced and well-worn pieces as if they were new old stock, allegedly. So it's thank you, Big Meech, for sharing that lead with us. I think it can be interesting. Yeah, why not? Why not check out Wixon Wixon's jewelry in Minneapolis, Minnesota? Because maybe you'll help Joe out to be ripped off a little less by them. If you buy their overpriced watches, maybe they will give Joe a little bit of a discount next time around. So thank you for that suggestion, Joe. And feel free to jump on the panel as always. Um, the link is there and pinned and waiting for you. So I've honestly, when it comes to my purchase history and my experience of buying watches, I operate almost strictly on the pre-owned market, almost exclusively on the pre-owned market. It's not like I've never pursued buying watches at authorized dealers and buying them, uh, at retail, possibly with discounts. I have also come pretty close to getting watches again from authorized dealers and boutiques when I was on trips abroad, especially when they actually offered to help me take advantage of the duty-free option. But ultimately, it's the it's the tire kicker in me. I think it's the haggler in me. It's the uh, it's the stingy person in me. At the end of the day, since my college days, I've always looked at the pre-owned market for a deal, right? To get a better price, to basically get a discount, because I was never into new and shiny objects. For me, were always more charming when they acted as these time capsules from another era. So I was just naturally pulled over into vintage watches, into watches that were at least 20, 25 years old. So in those days, I was mostly in the jewelry district in New York City, and some of the other specialized pre-owned slash vintage watch shops. And I would basically make a weekly trip out of it, not always go to the same stores, um, try to see what they have in terms of in terms of stock, in terms of new watches coming in. And I think it was always a learning experience at the very least, right? I didn't always make a purchase, but I've always learned something, and I've always also learned in advance and in the wake of those trips as well, because I would always try to go there informed about what models, what watches, what brands I was seeking. And whenever I saw something interesting, something different, it was something that uh, helped me study further on the trip back. So I always preferred to get out there and discover and try on as many different kinds of watches as I could. And being in a big city, with a jewelry district, with a number of boutiques, with various authorized dealers for all these big Swiss brands, was actually really helpful. So I made a couple of purchases that way, whether it was in New York or Los Angeles. I got my Seikos exclusively from the internet. I think a couple of times it was. Um, I think once it was from Amazon, actually, for my SKX 007, I want to say. I think SKX 009 was from a Japanese website, actually. Um, and my King Turtle, finally, SRPE 05, that was from eBay. Big Meech says, ask for John for Wixon's Jewelry. Help me get a Pepsi for free. I think they're not even going to sell you a Pepsi at retail, but you can dream. You can you can add to your wet dreams about the Explorer 2 some wet dreams about a Pepsi as well, and why not also a Batman? It's for free. At the end of the day, dreaming about these watches is for free. Thomas Broadband says they're known to give you a leather strap with every watch purchase. If Wixons is giving out leather straps with every watch purchase, that would be one way to chase Joe out of there, because he's disgusted by the idea of wearing Rolex watches on leather straps. And Joe says, if Mike can dream, so can I. Well, yeah, again, dreaming is for free, and everyone should be able to dream. Everyone should be allowed to dream. So my one way was basically to actually go to jewelry stores, jewelry districts, and at times also specialized pre-owned slash vintage watch. So specialized and vintage watch shops as well. Um, the other way was, of course, the internet. And I think the internet is, at any rate, it has to be at this point at the heart of um, at the beginning and at the end of every luxury watch purchase, because there's so much information out there that you would be robbing yourself of a chance of making the best deal possible for yourself. I want to welcome some other people. Thomas, again, welcome to the channel. Palwi reminds everyone to upvote. Thank you. Jimmy says upvote now. Don't dream the upvote. Make it real. Thank you. I know Joe, as the first thing, always downvotes. So guys, please work work with me, not against me, and help me against haters like Big Meech, so we can keep this channel going and keep it going well, alive and well. Big Meech says, I always bring in my best TV dinners to my Minneapolis reps. So, of course, as our hub for information, for all kinds of research, for comparison shopping, the internet is great. But hey, I think for anything under $500, under $1,000, I most certainly always prefer to shop online, because we were talking about this in a certain way. Whether um, purchases, like, for Seikos, for Hamiltons, for even Oris's, watches that list for less than 3.5K, less than 5K, even perhaps. The authorized dealers don't always look at that as ways of sweetening the deal, even at this point. So maybe it's best that you find a way, when you're buying something for less than $3,000, for sure. Maybe it's best to just seek it out online. eBay, as you know, is for the longest time no longer for just used products, right? A lot of watches there are listed new or barely worn. So it's a way of striking a deal, whether it's in the form of an auction or whether the seller accepts offers. It's one way of finding a good deal for yourself. And I've done that on Amazon and Japanese websites when I was buying my 3 Seikos, and I've done that on eBay when I was getting my Datejust and when I was getting my Reverso as well. And I've dealt with different kinds of sellers. When I was getting my Datejust 16014, it was a private seller, and I just won an auction. And it ended up being a good deal, and I knew what I wanted. I knew what I was getting. And this was even before that whole authentication service that eBay started offering, and at least at this point, at this day and time, offering for free. Thomas says, good evening, always from a reputable dealer that I had a relationship with that was developed over phone. It's good advice. Although I highly recommend that you try to transition that relationship to a face-to-face relationship as soon as possible, especially in this day and age where demand has far outpaced supply. Being there in person can make all the difference. 5 watches were chosen, purchased via photos, trust, and relationship. Really, I mean, once that trust and a human relationship is there, it's easy. I would recommend that you meet people face to face first, and then maybe transition to phone. I know a lot of people, and Ozzy will jump on probably later, at least for a little bit. A lot of people have very good relationship with their authorized dealers, and they have established that in person, but nowadays, if something comes in that they might be interested, their sales associate sends them photos immediately, and then to gauge interest, and the customer responds, and you can figure out things that way, and even finalize a transaction on, on the phone, and have the watch shipped to you. Of course, I prefer face to face, but I understand Thomas's. Pauli says, let's bring in Tim Wright, Marcelo Time, Cartel Bosses. These will really help the channel. They're all absolutely unwelcome at this channel. I do not want them. This is my channel. They're not welcome here. They're never going to be my guests, even if they have been in the past. And I'm talking about Tim Wright and Marcelo. Marcelo, I think, was here for a total of 5 minutes. They're not coming back. Bruce G says, hey, fellas. Hey, man. Nice to see you. Jimmy says, ZZ Top did the best TV dinners. Cool. Big Meat says, on special occasions, I bring in the TV dinner tray, the cheap and nasty ones from the 80s. Hey, I mean, bring a hot plate as well while you're at it. Maybe they don't have a microwave in their break room, and you can help them heat it up. Jimmy says online has worked, but you have to really know the seller first and foremost, and know the watch. I state the obvious. Stating the obvious is fine, because you never know exactly who is in the audience, right? We don't want to assume knowledge on the part of people who might be just dropping in. Uh, I have developed the habit of posting this link on Twitter with an account that no one really follows. So maybe I should share the link to that Twitter account too, and maybe at some point people will end up following it in some way, in some shape or form as well. I will do that. Yes, guys, please follow me on Twitter as well. I'm sure it will help in some way. But yes, stating the obvious is fine. I have been doing very much the same. I think I think people still have certain kinds of hesitation when it's a big ticket item to buy it online, in a way sight unseen, unless they really trust the seller, unless they have bought the seller first, right? Speaking of stating the obvious. But then again, taking certain risks, online methods also offer some of the best rewards, right? So my two eBay experiences was one was a private seller, and one was actually a conglomerate, basically, right? One was some guy from the state of Connecticut. The other one was Watchbox for my reverso, and one was an auction that ended at a very attractive price that I couldn't resist at the beginning of the pandemic, before everything shut through. And I've always wanted a simple linen dial date chest. And the other one, just this last February, where I basically put in an offer that was at the very limit of my budget, but several thousands less than the listing price they had, and they accepted the offer. And for me, it was basically the deal of the century. So in either case, I have been really happy with eBay. They now also have an authentication service, which I don't quite know how it operates, right? And I'm saying this not because I don't know the process, because that's pretty straightforward, but I don't know what kind of people, what kind of authenticators, what kind of quote unquote experts are involved. But the service itself is pretty straightforward. So if the seller chose to take advantage of this service, which at least at your end, as someone who buys on eBay, is for free at this point in time, shall we say, late June 2022. And once you finalize the purchase on eBay, the seller sends the watch to the authenticator, to the third party. The third party signs off on it, packages it, and sends it to you, the buyer. And Big George, New York, actually bought a Quorum watch this way very recently, and it comes in like a nice eBay travel case, and with also a little card that has the authentication information. BC, hey, welcome back to the channel. He says, pardon me, I've had the same authorized dealer for 20 years. That's probably the best kind of relationship. Of course, the expectations of authorized dealers and sales associates in terms of um, the purchasing power and purchasing frequency of their average customer may have changed over time. But if they have known you for more than a decade, chances are that they will still do you certain favors. MLMJ, welcome back to the channel. And Jimmy says face to face is no doubt the best, but you can build a rapport and relationship for sure. Yeah, from even from distance, right? Because one of the blessings of social media, and we talk a lot about the curses of social media for the watch market, the way it's used to build hype around certain models and certain brands, the way it's really triggered and exploded this notion of flex culture around timepieces. But there's some good to come from it as well, which means that you can be in direct contact, one-to-one correspondence with all different kinds of vintage watch experts, of pre-owned watch experts all over the world. And some of these people have different philosophies of curating watches. They don't necessarily go after the most hyped up models like some of the flippers in the US do. And you can stay in touch with them in social media. You can build a relationship with them. You can learn from them. Um, some people in our community, including me, for example, but Night Diver over the years has had an ongoing conversation, for example, with Davide Parmigiani, even though he made it quite clear, Night Diver, that is, that a lot of what Parmigiani has is outside of his budget. Nevertheless, there are people out there. There are people who are specialists, who are experts, who have been in the business for decades, and who are just willing to share the information, share the knowledge, and they're just one DM away from you. So it can be relationships certainly can be built without face-to-face interaction, but hey, if you live in a big city and you have access to more than one authorized dealer, more than one pre-owned vintage or secondary market watch shop, go visit them, learn from them, explore their inventory, spend time with them, establish connections with them. It can never hurt. Paul Wee says, I know I'm messing with you. Don't bring them here. They're not invited anyways, Paul Wee. But I'm sure some of their trolls are always listening because, not at this moment, perhaps. I have my core 10 uh, listeners now. But sometimes when that number goes up suspiciously high, I can certainly sense the presence of some dark forces. Um, he says, I stole 3 liter of Elemis Body lotion. What the hell is that? From my gym for my mom, and 1 liter of hand and body wash. I like, look, man, I like thrift. I like um, I like people who find ways of being frugal. If that helps, do it, man. Ben says, I want to buy a men's Cartier Tonneau, but I don't know which one is a good watch on Chrono 24. Cartier Tonneau watches are not necessarily my specialty, but um, if you wanna if you wanna give me the exact name and model number, I would be happy to look through it here and share the screen, and we can try to learn together. Dirk Diggler, welcome to the channel. And that's the other source, right? We talked about eBay, Chrono 24 too. It's a great resource, and a lot of dealers have entire inventories there. Some just put up one watch or two. Some have fixed prices, some accept offers. But at the end of the day, that is a way of familiarizing yourself um, with certain models of watches, what is available in the market, how many of them get listed over a certain period of time. And the prices on Chrono 24 can certainly seem a little inflated. Some of it might be the result of wishful thinking on the part of the seller. Otherwise, it can be a way of maybe speculating. Um, but a lot of times, at least it gives you roughly how these pieces rate relative to their condition, right? So you know your budget, you know how much you would like to put on a certain watch, and you can always chase after, again, listings that accept offers, that allow you to suggest a price. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you can always, again, once you make a purchase or once you communicate with these sorts of dealers, especially if they are professional dealers, you can always stay in touch with them in other ways, and maybe they will be willing to help you out outside of those platforms as well. Thomas Broadbent says, when logistics allow East Coast, West Coast, many others in person, I will not buy if there is not a positive, friendly, trusting relationship, as many have done. So I've shipped 3 trades before. I guess part exchange, you mean trade in that way? Jimmy says, for sure, some great deals are to be had online, and it means you're taking a risk a lot of times, right? Especially when you deal for the first time with a private seller online. Even when you have the security of an established platform, whether it's eBay, whether it's Chrono 24, that as an escrow service, right, where money is put in escrow basically, and the seller doesn't get that money until you get the watch and you check off on the deal. But anyway, so you just have to know, as Jimmy says, the proper risk reward ratio you are willing to take. And you're always taking a risk, and perhaps even more of a risk when you deal online. But there's always some measure of risk when you buy a luxury watch outside of authorized dealers with established reputation and brand boutiques. And even then, things can go wrong, but at least you have immediate recourse to fix them. Messaging Matters says, thanks for rescuing us tonight. I was on another channel and a certain bird brain was torturing the listeners by talking. I'm here to run my show, and I really don't care about what's going on other channels, but I'm glad you found some better content here. Messaging Matters. I love having you in the audience, in the chat. Thomas says the watch social media initially 1996. Yeah, it was all forums. And that was a different type of interaction, right? Because they can feel fusty and musty and very old fashioned. But when you're on a forum, no matter how unreasonable people might get, no matter how strange they might act sometimes, it's still a form of communication that's, I think, that is more reliant on um, detail, clarity, knowledge. It's much more substantive than just sharing a wrist shot. It was built on fun, honesty, education, sharing, passion, friendship, brotherhood. Dirk Diggler says, I burned my ribeye today. Find me dead. I'm so sorry, man. Paul Wee says, Dirky Dirks. Anybody have experience with Bob's watches? I don't. I don't. And they have such a huge inventory. I don't know what their standard is, because I see when I go through their website, I see all kinds of watches. Some look good, others look quite beat up and bent out of shape. Um, Others look that they are sold as new. So I don't know. I'm always suspicious of those kinds of watch dealers. I like people to have a little bit of specialty, a little bit of a focus, right? So when I see these sorts of giants, including the big conglomerates like Watchfinder, like Watchbox, I always get suspicious because do they actually know what they have? Joma Shop, right? Do they actually know their product? Do they know what kind of example they have? Do they know how to assess the condition of that watch? Do they know how to communicate the necessary information about that watch, good or bad? With Bob's watches, I always have that hesitation. They just have too many watches and too many different kinds, and the kind of people they bring on to talk as experts on on their social media is kind of, it's strange. So I can't say anything. George Varghese, welcome back to the channel, man. It's nice to see you. Pauli says Elemis is an expensive brand, more so than L'Occitan. That's great. They have what is the one? They have a very expensive brand here that has a boutique that I sometimes see their soap in public bathrooms, and I feel like I should come with my own bottle and pump some of it. Um, Tag it out. Dirk Diggler says, Thomas Broadbent, don't do it. They pay nothing for watches. This is Dirk's review on Bob's watches, and I've heard bad things when they send the wrong watch. Horror stories. George says, I've bought a Glashütte Original from Joma Shop. Very professional, smooth transaction, and as advertised, a great deal as well. A great deal always. That's what I've heard about Joma Shop. That's what I see in their listings. In terms of reviews, I have heard glowing reviews like yours. I've heard mixed reviews from someone like Joe, for example. I've heard from others horror stories. So the experience varies. And that's exactly what I meant when I said, Miller Time in Texas, Bob's Watches. I think they're actually in Southern California, Joma Shop. When you have such a huge inventory, um, I'm sure same thing can go for a watch box, right? I had an amazing, very professional treatment, and I got a great deal as well. But I know someone somewhere else on the globe possibly may have had a deal with one of these conglomerates that left a bad taste in their mouth. It's possible because again, too much is going on, and I don't know if they are actually in control of it. Pauli says, I wouldn't know Bird Brain was on. Yeah, let's not make fun of people's physical appearance and attributes, Pauli. That's not too nice. And I love you. And I hate that person, but let's not do that. Dirk Diggler says you should have a sponsor for the microphone. Hey guys, if you want if you want your name instead of the brand of this microphone here, you can see the information crawling down there in the ticker. For a relatively sizable PayPal donation or a Cash App donation, I'll be more than happy to put up your name right there on the microphone, or maybe right under here, um, under the nice insignia and heraldry, or maybe right by the four kings. We can get something going, and we can start with 25, 50, hundreds, and it can be a bigger advertisement and bigger handwritten note. We learn from the best, after all, right? The pontiff had his fridge, and I have my microphone, I have my blinds, and I'll be happy to advertise your name, your business, and whatever else you want. You wanna propose to your significant other. I'll write it there, and I will read some verse for you. I don't know. We'll do it. And anything for money, right? That's what I'm here for, after all. Um, Paul, we reminds everyone to upvote. And Dirk Diggler says, I was happy with Hodinky. Yes, I sometimes forget Hodinky is a watch dealer now, but that's good to know. That's good to know. That's good to remember. And it's good to know that people are happy with their service. Um, as you know, LVMH has a significant stake in Hodinky now. So that's one sticking point for me, of course, always. Whenever they talk about LVMH related products, there's always that proviso, there's always that asterisk, right? Bulgari, Zenit, Tag Heuer, um, there's some Chaumet. There are all sorts of examples. Y2K, hey man, nice. Thank you for being here. He says upvoted, very generous. I'm always grateful, and miss you and your contributions on live streams. Y2K, listening to you at work. Have a good day. Have a great day at work. Jimmy says I'm going to go there. What about buying from punters and dealers that we meet here in our watch community? Can it work? Will it end up like a certain controversy like Dublin and Venice? Honestly, I think when it comes to private individuals, unless you have the security of a platform, like that can be eBay, that can be Chrono24, that can be even forums, right? Thomas Broadbent was talking about the early social media of talking watches, which were forums, and the forums always had a buy, sell, and trade section. And there you had a certain reputation that you establish and that you had to protect. And it would be purely through word of mouth, but it would be through transactions that you do over time and where you deliver fully on your end. Uh, Here, it's all smoke and mirrors. On YouTube, it's all smoke and mirrors, including the professional, quote unquote, dealers that appear. It's all smoke and mirrors. You really don't know what's going on behind the screen. So, unless you know any of these people as dealers, as human beings outside of this YouTube platform, I wouldn't do deals with them. I would not. Um, I would do deals maybe with two people from this community because I've met them in person and I trust them, and that's Cool Chris, Callie, um, and Alex, and George Varghese. Right, these three people with whom I spent actually some time face to face, talked, exchanged, um, shared drinks, broke bread. That's the basis of something. But still, I would always preserve common sense. And once you do one transaction with a certain person, then that's a track record, right? You can vouch for them, they can vouch for you, and you would be at ease of doing another deal with them as well. For me, I would always tread with caution. I would I would want to know those people outside of the YouTube platform first and foremost. At least talk at some length, on a video call or something. But I would never trust people based on the number of their YouTube subscribers, based on quote unquote the reputation they have in the community. Um, because it's all smoke and mirrors. It's about who pays this many dollars to this person so that other person can say good things about them. It's not real. It's just it's another economy that operates on its own terms. I wouldn't trust it. Messaging Matter says, I've bought new watches from Joma Shop. The transactions generally went well. The prices were very good. However, I prefer authorized dealers to get factory warranty and service. That's very good. Thomas Broadbent says, I visited Watchbox in Philly. They were good, and they're opening now new um, storefronts all over the U.S. and beyond, I think, but certainly the U.S. They're opening a lot of new stores, and maybe that will be another way of shopping from them. Certainly. Molten Brown. Joma Shop is Hodinki. I don't think Joma Shop is Hodinki. Crown and Caliber belongs to Hodinki now, if I'm not sure. Jimmy says, yeah, Joma Shop had great deals on the big box speedies a little while back. Thomas says, for Bob's, I would only be a buyer. There's some transparency there with buy and sell price. I'm not sure if I understand what you exactly mean, Thomas. Bought my first A. Lange und Söhne from Govberg before they were Watchbox. Now, of course, Govberg Jewelers, who's an authorized dealer for many brands, by the way, in and of themselves. They're now part of Watchbox. He says they're way too expensive now. Messaging Matters. I see. Actually, it wasn't that channel, but no matter. Y2K says, I visit my Watches of Switzerland branch in Singapore. I like the wide variety of prices and the good relations. They're patient and don't size me up if I can afford it or not. Very professional. Thanks for sharing your experience, Y2K. George Varghese says to Dirk, this is which one are we talking about? Joma Shop. Okay. Joma Shop. George says, I don't believe they belong to Hodinki. They're owned by another individual. Paul says, um, Champagne Socialist. I think that's a good one. That's a great one, actually. Um, Again, no judgment implied, Paul. I just don't like, focusing on people's physical attributes. That's all. XR Money says, tough to say, could be that way, of course, and we all know the reasons. However, I'm going with the other way for less obvious reasons. I agree, XR Money. Whatever you're talking about, I completely agree. And Broadband says, yes, we would hook up guys, get them a deal, no financial play, always paid back with knowledge, a free strap, return the favor when needed. The code. Thomas is talking about the deals he struck in the past on watch forums. And I think, that the kind of relationship that is built over time and that relies already on some mutual trust is the best. But quite honestly, running a YouTube channel myself, I wouldn't trust anyone you see on YouTube until proven otherwise. Four Nines Fine says, I've seen too many YouTubers and people on Facebook scam ghost people. There you go. So trust people on YouTube based on the content they provide. That's all, not with anything else. Trust them to do what they do best, which is to provide a certain kind of content. If they can do that well, get that from them. But don't, I would not mix into it another kind of business unless they have credentials, references, and guarantees that are established otherwise, that are provided on other platforms, that are uh, exhibited, shown to you in person, that are proven through personal interaction, um, either at a storefront or on a platform that's run by a third party like eBay, like Chrono24, like others, which please feel free to share with the audience. But I would not trust people on the basis of what they provide on YouTube. Oh, this guy is a good entertainer on YouTube, so I will buy watches from him. No. Oh, this guy has 60,000 subscribers and makes quasi artistic, watch related videos on YouTube. So I'll do transactions with him. I'll sell watches to him, and I'll buy. No flipping way. Just don't do it. Paui says Baggins is a good example of why you don't trust a big channel for watches. He's just not trustworthy, in my opinion, yet has a huge channel. And Alex says, yes, you're right. Hodinky has bought Crown and Caliber. Yes, Crown and Caliber operates under Hodinky's helm at this point. But I don't think Joma Shop and Hodinky are related at all. 495 says, it's indeed a very hot weekend. It's pretty hot. I was trying to get as close to the sea as possible today earlier, but even then it was very hot. Thomas Broadband says, we're all building that code here. Yes, but we are just starting out, Thomas, right? And I feel also it is my responsibility that we tread with care first, and do it brick by brick, before I just say, hey, we're all friends here, we're all brothers, we can all trust each other. Fuck that. I would feel responsible if something goes wrong. So I would rather have people build that trust on substance, on the kinds of 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 relationships, friendships they build, and transactions they actually do in person, maybe based on connections here, and then it can go somewhere from there. Just give me one second, guys. Dirk Diggler, that was too fast of a run for a bathroom break. Thankfully, I'm not sick. it was just actually huge disappointment because I had ordered some ice cream, and it turns out that the person just left it at the door maybe half an hour ago without even knocking or buzzing the bell. So it's practically all melted, and that won't be pretty. Um, so I'm a little bummed out. Um, yeah, sad news, guys. My ice cream is melted. I'm devastated. I'm devastated. Four Nines Fine. Thank you for upvoting the stream. Thank you for pressing that like button. Pawi says, let's see. Pawi says, you can't ultimately trust people by any rule, and it can get messy buying or selling with friends, even with anyone, even friends. Sometimes with friends, it can be more problematic, and sometimes we let friends get away with some things that they shouldn't, by measure of common sense. So it can get even messier. Um, so hopefully, yeah. All right. Dirk says, I was very happy with Crown and Caliber. Hodinky paid top dollar for my Grand Seiko and very fast transaction. So you sold your Grand Seiko to Crown and Caliber, Dirk. I'm given to understand. Yes. Um, and I'm glad they took good care of you. Jimmy says, yes, Paul, you make a good point. Never a good idea to mix money/business with friends and family. Um, oh no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look, I mean, hey, I'm here for you guys, right? If I were just sitting alone, being miserable and eating the ice cream, I would be very upset as well. But I can't let it break me. You guys remember if you have watched the Spinal Tap, this is Spinal Tap, the movie. They have this sort of drama moment in the backstage, where they get little bits of finger food, and they start complaining about it, but saying, "I'll rise above it." So I'm living that moment right now. I'll rise above it. It's no big deal. Pontiff goes for a turd prick for an hour if on every stream must be the winning formula. Hey man, the Pontiff is a big boy, so he needs bigger and longer uh, bathroom breaks. And if he's taking a long bathroom break, it's for the benefit of his public, of his audience, of his people. Remember, I've said this before, but the pontiff is not fat or overweight. That's just the substance of the public that supports him that he has to carry around. He's a magical creature. So if he needs a long bathroom break, so be it. That's the pontiff. He can do whatever he wants. Jimmy says, brutal. Who the fuck leaves ice cream on the stoop in Southern Cali without telling it's there? It's cruel, Jimmy. It's cruel and unusual. I don't deserve it. Deserve better. Thomas Broadbent says, back in the day, there was a guy named Dirk, famous Dirk Straps. Anyone know if he's still in the game? Maybe it's Dirk hiding right here in broad daylight. Dirk from famous Dirk Straps. Get a refund on the ice cream or make them return with more. Um, I used one of those apps and they gave me $10 back. I'll be fine with that. I'm not gonna carrying out the process. It's all good. It's all good. Thomas Broadbent says you live by the code or not, there are consequences. All vegan flowers, George Varghese. I have some pistachio that, if my audience allows me, if it's not too unkind to eat in front of people, I might actually gorge on it later. But we will see. GB Von Sag. What is Sag? I put it already in the freezer. And Pauli says, "Big boy, big evacuations." Yes, that's what the pontiff sometimes needs, and it's all for your benefit. Pauli says, "If it weren't for Serbian and Champagne socialists, would you still go?" I don't have any problems with Bear Clooney. I think he's just manipulated, um, and I think he likes to think that he's in control and he's in charge, but he really isn't. And he has a track record of being manipulated by these princes that he handpicks from the community to God knows what exactly. It's like, are we trying to retire Archie Luxury? Are we trying to get rid of him for someone else, for some second best, for some watered down and unfunny and uninformed uh, homage Archie Luxury in the Champagne Socialist? I don't know what they're trying to do there, but hey, man, I mean, they don't really want me back, and I'm not dying to go back either. So let's just drop it if it's not too important to you, Pauli, because it's okay. It's okay. I'm very grateful for the pontiff giving me a break, giving me my first break at the beginning. I will always be thankful to him personally, but I don't have to be there. I don't have to be part of that live stream. Messaging Matters says, I go to YouTube for entertainment and knowledge. I completely agree, and we should just stick to that. But it's quite another leap to do business here, unless it's the YouTube outlet of an otherwise reputable business. Yes, exactly. And that's why I was saying earlier, if the person has established established credentials elsewhere, if that person has proven their mettle in real life, storefront business for years and decades, that's quite another thing. If that person can give you the security of a platform, right? Be it a transaction that you achieve on eBay, on Chrono 24, and I know that these hey, you actually have to pay taxes. Hey, there are commissions involved. By all means, I would rather pay a little more and have the peace of mind than try to get something at a steal and then being tricked out of all my money. Dirk Diggler, knowing that I keep a vegan diet, he says, I had impossible meat with tacos today. Dirk, maybe you will be surprised, but I'm a boring vegan, really. I sometimes I treat myself to ice cream and stuff like this. Once every so often, I would have like a plant-based, spicy fried chicken sandwich or something. But I don't actually like meat replacements and stuff like that. It reminds me a little too much of the real thing. I know it might sound paradoxical because people like substituting these things and they like it better, but I would rather eat a hearty meal with lentils and beans and quinoa and chickpeas, anything, anything that provides another sort of protein for me, nourishes me. I used to I used to cook these Beyond sausages, Italian sausages, and they just smell too much like the real thing, and I don't have the heart for it anymore. I don't have the palate for it, so I don't really like it. But tell me more. Tell me more. Did you like having impossible meat on your tacos? Jimmy says, speaking of the pontiff, if this happened to him, he would make a whole show out of it. Bear, can I tell you this? It was a disaster. Well, he has that talent, right? For me, I can't make a show out of ice cream melting, in front of my door. Can't. Dirk says, pretty good. It's all about marinating the impossible meat. Yeah, look, I mean, flavor is a lot of times about the spices that you use, the marination. Um, that's where the flavor comes from. Of course, the texture as well. Um, and you don't always know if you actually get your nutrients. Like jackfruit, for example, is used a lot of times as a substitute for all kinds of meat, but it has very little nutritional value, even if it takes on flavors really well. So, you have to basically take the good with the bad when you are trying to go vegan or eat less meat simply by replacing the meat you eat with plant-based substitutes. And that's not really my way. Messaging Matters says, this is Spinal Tap is one of my favorite movies. Have seen it many times. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and I like that genre actually. By the way, mockumentary. I think that's a cool genre of movies. Paui says, fair enough. I think you succinctly summarized what's going on. The watered down version is a strategy. Yes, but I hope it isn't. But can I be frank and honest with you? Vegan ice cream is done two ways, Thomas. A sorbet, which is, of course, just water, sugar, and the fruit. And it can be also done with substituting the base, the creamy base that usually gives the texture and maybe some of the flavor, with something that you make out of. It can be coconut milk, it can be cashew milk, it can be also almond milk. It can be any sort of milk substitute. So that's how they make vegan ice cream usually. And Polly says, why are you vegans? What's your reasons for the choice? I'm not sure if Dirk is vegan, Polly. But for me, it's a mix of what works for me, what works for my body and mind, and my feeling for fellow animals. But it's not. I'm not too strict. I do give myself certain breaks. For example, I still use certain leather products, so it's I'm not militant about it. I'm not ideological about it. For me, I just like to say I keep a vegan diet, um, even though there's some quote unquote quasi intellectual underpinning about it, and me being your favorite pseudo intellectual, I have to have some um, something that goes with it to embellish it. And Dirk says, yes, I'm not. I just wanted to try it. I must admit, there are not many meat choices that I like. I eat mostly beef and chicken. Swiss, welcome back. Piruka, welcome back to the channel. And Paui says, I recall your name on AC stream. Weren't you wrongly accused of something? At some point, I can't remember what. Piruka, Swiss, is blamed for just about anything and everything, even though the guy basically does nothing but talk watches. He appears once every so often, shares some knowledge, talks with some enthusiasm about his own watches and some of his favorite models and designs. And that's it. He gets a lot of flack for being associated to Higgins. Um, I think that may have been what you're referring to, Pawi. But yeah. And Thomas says, Meech, the inhumanity of those leather straps. Nice. Yeah, by the way, guys, the link is pinned there, and you can always feel free to jump on, and I will send it here again. So Swiss, feel free to jump on, but we are talking about what sources, what platforms we use to buy our watches. What, do we buy them online? And I think there has been uh, part of a market increase in terms of buying watches online during the pandemic, as there has been a market increase in online shopping in all areas and avenues since the pandemic. So that comes as no surprise whatsoever. But you also see now, not only in terms of what is largely a manufactured drama on Watch YouTube, but in other areas, in other platforms, you see a lot of posts with severe warnings now. So as we are getting more accustomed to shopping online for everything, including wristwatches, we also keep hearing, in addition to all these positive experiences that you have been sharing, a lot of horror stories, right? A lot of people who don't get items as they're advertised, um, who perhaps don't get those items at all, who don't get their money, who don't get paid in full. It's an endless litany of all sorts of um, mind games and confidence games and other sorts of tricks. And at the end of the day, I try to divide my risks, right? We were talking about risks and rewards. Sometimes you can get the best reward on eBay, for example, but maybe for that particular purchase on that particular occasion for that transaction, you don't necessarily want to take that kind of risk. So, I do some shopping online, some on eBay, some perhaps in person, others when I go abroad and I know a couple of places to get certain things. And Pawi says, Messaging Matter says, I wrote a mockumentary once as part of a team in the 48-hour film contest. It was big fun. Great. And Pawi says, he's Swiss. A champagne socialist was the accuser. Yes, I don't get all that. I only ever saw Swiss talk watches or be pleasant, to be honest. I've also seen him being pleasant while talking about watches, which is the best version of Swiss that I always like to see on my channel. JB, welcome to the channel. He says, I think watch charts is interesting, seeing what is sold, not just what is listed. This is great, actually, because we were making this distinction before between Chrono24 and eBay in a certain way. Again, eBay has a lot of the deals precisely because a lot of people still don't trust the listings on eBay, especially when it's a big ticket item. But Chrono24, you have the disadvantage of just seeing the listed prices, whereas on eBay, you can actually search retroactively completed and bought for completed and bought items, right? So you can actually see what they sold for, or at least get an idea of what they sold for, because sometimes it's a best offer price and the exact price is not necessarily listed. But in either case, so Chrono24 has the tendency for that reason as a platform to inflate, to perhaps artificially make the prices look a little fatter than they actually are. Whereas you at least have the option on eBay, searching on the basis of what has actually sold. Um, and Watch Charts, I think, which is like a paid membership kind of platform. And in that case, you actually have, uh, a chart of prices that chart of amounts of of actual sales. Dirk Diggler says, I have not even heard of it. And Pioka says, the only thing I'm guilty of is horological promiscuity. I want to buy too many watches. That's a nice way of putting it. Paui says, Piruka, I think unless the economy improves and my stocks too, my watch buying is slowing down. Jake Brooks says, on what charts you can see last 90 days listed and sold by model. That's very good. And horological promiscuity, the one that Swiss just shared, is a great term, Messaging Matters says. Thomas Broadband says, topic, the sea dweller, positioning, placement, and pricing. Speaking of which, I actually made a video of the contemporary line of sea dwellers. So I'll share that, and this is actually a good moment to do something like that, for a couple of reasons. Again, guys, we have just crossed the threshold of our first hour of tonight's show, and let me see, where did I post this video? There it is. All right. Big Meech says, I shop at Horology House. And Palwi says, I don't trust eBay fully. Well, never trust anyone fully. I think I, I'll co-sign that statement. I'll buy simple products there that I won't need a refund on potentially. I'll sell simple, cheap items too. I sold some rare Nike trainers, new eBay returned saying used. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sorry you had a bad experience as a seller or buyer. Honestly, I've never had a bad experience on eBay except for one or two occasions, and in that case, it was fully taken care of, um, in my satisfaction as well. So I had no real problems necessarily. Yes, I was saying we crossed the first hour. So if you have been listening, enjoying the show, learning something from it, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't, um, and most importantly, tell your friends, share the link on other platforms, talk about the channel on other channels, on other platforms, spread the word, and help me get closer to 1,000 subs. And everything you do, including your presence here, including your contributions to the discussion, help a lot. So thank you for being here. But if you want to contribute before the channel gets monetized, if you want to support the work I do here, if you want to encourage me in running these live streams and creating new and exclusive content and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And that's my primary point of contact as well. So send me an email if you would like a personalized video, a dedicated live stream to a topic of your choice, or where we discuss your own collection. You send an email with a PayPal contribution to lordhellespontv@gmail.com, or I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and any contribution is welcome including your participation here in the chat and on the panel. I'm also gonna share again my Instagram page, which is almost exclusively at this point um, watch related content. So I'd be more than happy to have you there as well. I'd love to hear from you there as well. And if you're not following me yet, please do. Piruka says, Swiss says, I only buy watches through my authorized dealer, even when it's secondhand. They only sell watches in pristine condition. They offer warranty. Prices are usually good. But most importantly, I can see the watch in person before buying, and it takes more spending history. Okay, if it gives you more spending history with the AD, win-win. That makes sense. That makes sense. Honestly, um, again, if you have an established relationship, a relationship that's built on trust and all this business you have done, on all this business you have done in the past, that's the best kind, you know, because once every so often you will take a hit, basically, you know, maybe you will end up paying a few $100s more, a few hundreds more than what you might have paid elsewhere. And on the next watch, maybe they will give you a deal that you could never find elsewhere, you know. So over time, I think when you have that sort of relationship, it really evens out. And I think most people would envy that, Peruka, you know, being established in one town and not having to go back and forth and having the peace of mind of going to just one store or maybe two, uh, going through their selection, trusting them with sourcing you the right kinds of watches in a good condition, in with good pricing. Uh, that's an ideal relationship. I think. I think most people would, pardon me, envy that. Um, and it gives you access to, of course, both new and older pieces. So I think now is a good time for me to take a very short break, and I'll be back with you in a little bit. In the meantime, please feel free to interact in the chat. Write if you have questions, if you want to share more of your experiences in buying watches, if you want to suggest some sources, give some leads to the community, feel free to do that. But in either case, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hey guys, I actually have a good response to this question, JB. I backed out of that deal right at the last minute. Basically, they were offering the watch through the boutique just a few weeks ago, and I just didn't finally didn't make up my mind. I ended up not buying it, but I do like that watch quite a bit. We're talking about the new IWC Pilot's Watch Chronograph 41, the Mercedes AMG Petronas Formula One Team Edition, which is advertised as an online exclusive, but is actually exhibited in their boutiques, not necessarily ADs. And you can actually buy through them. And it's a nice watch, it's a unique watch. Um, if you like watches in titanium, you can be very attracted to it. If you like the particular Petronas green, um, robin's egg or duck egg blue or Tiffany blue, whatever you want to call it, you might be interested. And yeah, ultimately, yeah, the hands are loomed, and so are the quarters, and the rest are not. Just so you know. Um, and beyond that, I think it's a very cool watch. It's a very aesthetically pleasing watch. The fact that it comes with two um, original bands, both that matching rubber band and the hybrid one with contrast stitching that again goes along with the dominant Petronas green theme. It's very cool. The buckle is also in matching titanium, so that's great overall. But ultimately, I think I just couldn't couldn't bring myself to get it. Um, but hey, it could be an interesting option if you're a huge Formula fan, if you're a big Mercedes fan, um, if you have been somehow perhaps collecting the AMG uh, themed IWC watches over the years, or if you just want a cool watch for the summer that's on a rubber band, maybe. All of these could be legitimate reasons. Pardon me. If you need a chronograph in your collection, perhaps. Messaging Matters says, who here has bought more watches during COVID than before? I have. Um, Not necessarily. I usually have the habit of getting um, one watch per year, sometimes every other year. Sometimes and I end up getting two watches 1 year and nothing for 2 years. It just happens basically on its own rhythm, I have to say. If I have I usually buy watches after doing some sort of research that takes sometimes months and years. So that if that process has concluded for more than one watch at a time, I might end up getting them both. But if not, I just bide my time. And it hasn't necessarily been the case that I got more watches during COVID than before. Aussie Expat says my whole luxury collection started on January 10th, 2021. The pandemic watch collection. Big Meech. Hey, man. How are you?
Good.
And Thomas says the Petronas watch was up for discussion here in the past, not on my list, though it looked nice. It's fresh like hot mint tea after a summer meal. Cool, but not me. Uh, so beyond Wixon's jewelers, Joe, what are your sources for watches? Do you just go to authorized dealers or or jewelers? Do you have other ways of buying?
Primarily.
Hmm.
I've only bought three watches from Wixon's Jewelers actually. So I bought my first Tudor from them, my Speedmaster. I bought that used actually pre-owned when they before the 3861. So and then I bought my Submariner from them. But other than that, yeah, I primarily just shop at boutiques and ADs only. I have bought an offline twice from Joma Shop.
Hmm. And you were saying you had a mixed experience, more or less. You know, not really good, not bad, but
Yeah, I mean, would I recommend Joma Shop to anyone? I would say buy if you're gonna buy from Joma Shop, either buy the new releases, or buy like from 2010 and up. Because I've heard quite a few different stories about Joma Shop and how they've let fakes slip through the cracks. Like if you buy a vintage watch, sometimes the vintage parts, like example, you buy one from the 90s and you get a couple of the movements from like 2000s, mid 2000s. I mean, it's technically an authentic watch, but not genuine. And their customer service, I hear, is a nightmare to deal with, which kind of holds true from my experience. And they typically don't really care about how they ship things to you. They just take the watch, throw it in there, and then send it off to you. So it's kind of not the greatest experience.
mm, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's good. Sometimes that in itself can be a recommendation or a review on its own. It doesn't have to be exclusively positive and glowing and or just negative and a nightmare, you know.
Right, right.
um Messaging Matters says, by the way, about pandemic watch purchases, yes, my question should account for new enthusiasts. And again, Ozzy built his entire collection during the pandemic. JB asks, how many ha- of you have a birth year luxury watch? I'm eyeing a vintage sub. Um, Meech, you had a project like this with involving a sub, right?
I've had it with quite a few things. I've had it with the Datejust, a sub, and an Explorer 2. But you know, listen to the Tim Wright logic. It's just a scam to sell unwanted vintage shitters. Birth your
Yeah,
watches.
can
It's
we,
just marketing scam.
frankly, can we stop mentioning this person's name on my channel if at all possible?
Fair enough.
I really don't like the
Fair
guy.
enough. But that's. I mean,
Um,
I kind of lost my lust for birth years after hearing that.
yeah, but I mean, fair enough. But I never lusted for a birth year watch. For me, it makes sense for you to buy it as a parent. You know, when a child is born, I think it's a good excuse to treat yourself first, but also possibly think further ahead as a heirloom piece that you can leave for your son, for your daughter. I think that could be an interesting way of looking at birth year watches for the next generation, really, but also a way of treating yourself as a new parent. Um, when it comes to the vintage one, I was never really stuck. I like getting time capsule watches, right? You know, I'm an 80s baby, so for me to have the root beer, it means something to me, but I was never stuck at getting 84. right? For me, getting a watch from the 80s was enough because I was going for the feeling of that period, the era, rather than having something coincide exactly with my birth year, which I never really cared about.
I think the only thing that really kind of charmed me about a birth year watch is, yeah, you get something that's as old as you, so you age with it quite literally. Um, and I think that's about the only charming thing about it. But yeah, other than that, I mean, for what it's worth, I do kind of agree. It is kind of a marketing shtick to get watches of older use when nobody really wants them nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, you have that kind of view about vintage watches as such, independent of the year. So I don't blame you. I understand that that doesn't
Well,
help
it's one
you.
thing for the '90s and 2000s. I'd say that's one thing for '90s and 2000s. You get to '80s and below, it's a different story.
Even the word relays some judgment. 80s or below, you know,
Exactly.
before you, below. Okay. Uh okay. Vintage watches are beneath you, Joe. You're above buying vintage watches. Um, Aussie Expat says, I've been on the hunt for a birth year root beer. What is going on? Hopefully, everyone is safe. I've been on the hunt for a birth year root beer for over a year now. I think that would be 1983. About to give it up, to be honest. And Aussie says, I wanted it for my 40th, but with 1 year to go, maybe it will happen by my 50th. Honestly, with vintage Rolex, Aussie, I mean, I know you're a very smart guy, and I'm sure your earning potential will grow exponentially over time. But so did the value of vintage Rolex watches. So be careful. I mean, if you really want that, don't postpone it for a decade because chances are, unless everything goes down the toilet, which is always a possibility, um, Rolex vintage watches being limited and being always sought after will fetch decent prices. So Thomas Broadbent says birth year watch if it is a splendid collectible. I think that's also a good way to look at it, right? Because for vintage watches, especially, and anything pre owned more generally, you want to focus on condition. If you find a watch, a model in great condition, exactly what you have always desired, what you have always expected from that watch, clean dial that has aged evenly and without damage, um, a nice fat case that hasn't been polished down to toothpicks at the lugs, and preferably has at least the larger outlines of the factory finish. A full bracelet that is actually in good usable condition. If you can find a more well working movement that keeps good time with a recent track record of service history, even if it's not necessarily by the brand itself, but at least by a trustworthy watchmaker. If you have all these things and you find out, oh wow, this watch is actually from my birth year, jump on it. Don't tell the don't tell the person
Oh,
who's
don't tell
trying
the
to
rep.
sell you the watch. So don't add premium to your own purchase. But hey, if everything else is lining up, go for it. Of course, if it's a good watch at any rate and happens to be from your birth year, what else can you ask for? But I wouldn't seek out a watch just because it is from 1984. Yeah, and Aussie Expat says, well, it's not intention that I haven't found one. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Thomas says, for you guys, an 80s Rolex Turnograph or Thunderbird would be a good target. Sea Dweller 2. I think Sea Dwellers and subs from 80s are pretty good, like mid 80s. Um, Turnograph or Thunderbird was never my thing. I know, Thomas, you like them quite a bit. And hey, I think Air Kings, 34 millimeter Air Kings from 80s could be great, actually. Um, maybe it's about that. But I think Ozzy wanted specifically a root beer because again, it's not only it's not only from his birth year, but it's also a very 80s watch, just like the 1655, right? The so-called Steve McQueen. That's a very 80s watch as well. It's very much a design of its time. So you wanted a watch like that specifically. I don't know if the Turnograph or Thunderbird, and much less a Submariner or Sea Dweller, would fit that. Because don't you think, Joe, Submariner, no matter how much it changed cosmetically and a little bit over the decades, it's kind of a timeless design that doesn't really change from 80s to 2000s, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree, especially when you're comparing them to Turnograph. Turnograph was the rejected design. That what it actually had a pretty long run for what it was. What didn't it? It had like 10 years, give or take. And yeah, don't get me wrong, they are kind of gaining a lot of popularity, mainly due to the fact that they were cheap because nobody wanted them. But I just don't see the Turnograph or Thunderbird really
Mm.
aging that well. As with a sub, I mean, like you said, I mean, it's like wine. It ages fine. I mean, the older it gets, the better it looks.
And also, one way of testing out my theory is you can like think of the difference between nipple dial root beer and today's two-tone GMT, and think of the difference between an 80s Submariner, say 5513 or 16610, and today's Submariner. Which two watches look like the same? Which two watches look like they are very different from each other?
Yeah, no, it's a valid point. Like I know I knock a lot on vintage because I think they're cheap and nasty, but I think yeah, from how do I say this? From standing atop of the hill and looking down, I do really like the way a vintage sub ages. You know, like the blues, they go from purple to, I mean, they go from blue to purple. Excuse me. The GMTs kind of go with this bronze color, like a rustic bronze. The Submariner, their matte black dials kind of get really into this tropical sense. I mean, they just age better as well as ceramic. The ones with modern ceramic styles, who knows how they'll age, but something tells me it just won't be the same.
Oh, look, this is the kind of race that you would love.
Fuck me dead. Whiskey dick right there. Fuck that.
This is 1972. Wow, this is a true four digit. But yeah, look at this, right? This is root beer, nipple dial, 70s, four-digit reference. And then you have, for example, this.
The lady size. Oh, never mind.
And then you have this, right? I mean, I'm fine with people calling this root beer, but can you genuinely tell me that this watch looks exactly like what I just showed you, the four digit?
No, I mean this one looks better.
Yeah, look, I mean,
um,
fine, fine, but it's not like the Submariner, which basically looks exactly the same, but modernized. So you look at
right.
this, which is the current Submariner with the 41 millimeter case, and then you look at 5513 from, let's say, 1983.
The thing is, though, you don't get the individual customization of age. Um, so you don't. So that ceramic isn't going to age like um like a Submariner with the aluminum bezel. It's not going to fade out to a ghost or go to a blue bezel and matte black dial. I think that's one of the bigger charming aspects of a vintage. This is one
Mhm.
of the rare times where I'll actually, compliment vintage. It's because no two vintages are going to, well, they're not going to age quite the same. They're going to have their own
Mhm.
unique customization of father time placed onto it, which I think that alone in itself is what makes vintage very interesting and very
Mhm.
cool in some aspects.
And the triple six is, by the way, the Sea Dweller reference from around this time as well. 16660. Um, but yeah, listen. I mean, this is Submariner, right? When you pick up a no date Submariner from any era, you can see the family resemblance. But the two tone GMTs from the 80s don't look like the two tone GMTs from the current lineup. Um,
I
and
kind
that
of wish I would have kept my vintage sub.
what did you have?
It was a terrible deal from point A to point B. So I was, but it was from, I want to say it was from the 90s, I believe.
Mm.
No box, no papers, and I ended up paying like 10 and a half for it. Um,
That was a date or no date?
it was the date sub, yeah. I still have a picture of it, but I couldn't get over the fact that it was no box, no papers. And then shortly after, I bought my ceramic one, which was better deal hindsight nowadays. But I did like it, honestly. I did like it, and I think if I hadn't heard the bezel pop, because I would so I would hold it like this, and then you could see the bezel just like the ceramic part. You could see it like pop up when you press down.
Mhm.
Um, like it popped up like noticeably a fair amount, and I'm like, yeah, something's not right here. So I went back and returned it, and didn't tell them about it. But yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of it.
And messaging matters as a good point. I'm not going to disagree with it, but by and large, I think any two tone Rolex, I think, really exudes that 80s air that you're talking about. Messaging matters. This is the watch he's talking about, of course. To me, Messaging Matters says the iconic 80s watch is the Patrick Bateman. They just don't touch the Rolex.
Maybe it wasn't as aggressive as I thought it would be, but yeah, I'll send it
Yeah.
to you.
Okay. You will have it on Instagram.
Yeah, yeah, I wouldn't open up Instagram on your. Yeah,
Mhm.
I just went over the last few messages I sent you.
Did you send it?
Yeah, it's just my internet's fucking slow as shit tonight. So
Okay, that's all right. That is all right. Let's see.
wasn't a
Mm.
bad looking watch.
I mean, it looks amazing. This is 16610, right?
I can't remember. I think so.
This is your Yachtmaster, your Explorer, and
Yeah, well,
finally,
this could have been a nice three-piece combo meal deal.
indeed, indeed. I mean, look, you have the two tone, you have the steel stunner with a date function, and the tritium already in a kind of eggshell.
Yeah,
patinas, and
yeah, the
then
patina was actually decent on this one. Like I said, I kind of
yeah,
regret letting it go, but no box, no papers. That's what was getting to me.
who cares? Yeah, that's a beautiful watch. It is a beautiful, beautiful watch, man. It's a shame, honestly.
Yeah, but I got the better deal with the ceramic.
Mm, yeah, lesser watch, better deal. That's okay. But
Okay.
too bad.
Actually, looking at it hindsight now, I got a pretty decent deal. I mean, I overpaid for it, but I paid 11.5 for it. But nowadays, a 40 mil is going for 15K. So, you know, don't get me wrong, it's still not as good as retail. But fuck me, dad, I wouldn't pay 15K for a ceramic nowadays.
Mm, yeah, I mean it's that. It um was it sapphire or was it acrylic? Was it plastic or sapphire? The crystal.
I want to say this one was sapphire because I think I remember asking that, and
Mm.
he said, 'cause like I said, I think this one was from the 90s, pretty
Okay,
close.
then it's probably 16800 possibly. Or I mean it can be if it's from 90s it can be 16610.
I think that
Um
might be it. I don't know. Like I said, I can't remember because this was last year,
let me see.
beginning of last year, I think.
The
And I've only
depth
had this
rating.
watch for like 24 hours.
Oh, the depth rating is like 1,000. So it's probably yeah, it's probably then 16610. I thought it was the 80s. Um yeah. Yeah, 16610 then. But it's a shame. You had it for a very short time, huh?
Yeah, yep.
And let's see.
It was kind of fucked up because it was my second big purchase essentially. I think it's my
Mike
second.
Mike
No, no, no.
Mike David, apparently Bateman's watch wasn't a Rolex. Well, I mean, in the book it was Rolex. In the movie, apparently Rolex wasn't too hyped up on the idea of a sociopathic serial killer wearing a Rolex watch, so they had to amend the script to reflect
Seiko.
that. So when he is lying in bed with the sex workers, he says don't touch the watch instead of don't touch the Rolex, which is the line in the novel. And people say that the watch in the movie that he wore was a prop watch or was a Seiko. It could be, but it's supposed to be a Rolex. That's how it was written originally. Thomas says if you were coming of age in the 80s, Rolex was special, as was BMW, 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 Wall Street. I think it was the substitute watch story was Wolf of Wall Street, wasn't it? The first answer is always right. These three watches were cool. I think this was a cool collection for Meech. Certainly, his collection now is good too. And hey, let me share that uh, nice interview we had, Meech and I, which was one of the first for this channel, and I
We
loved it.
should redo that interview because I look like shit that one. I didn't shave. Fucking hell, I barely even showered. Fuck me, dead. We need to redo that interview.
Well, thankfully, we can't smell you, but
Yeah.
I wanted to share it today because next week I have a very nice guest coming up where we will have a conversation about his collection. And this was basically the second one that we did at this channel. And Meech, whatever he says about it actually is a great conversationalist. So we had a lot of bonding, a lot of interesting memories, and certainly learned a lot about Smoking Joe through his watches. So check out that interview whenever you get the chance.
I gotta be honest, Lord. Can I be frank and honest? Can I be frank and
Please,
honest?
please.
If I could get that Submariner again for roughly around 10 with box and papers, 8.5, I'd probably buy one again. But nowadays, on average, they sit like at 15, which is ludicrous.
I think an easier way of getting into a Submariner like that, what are you looking for dates again or no
Yeah,
date?
because I actually got a very interesting offer on this date just. I mean, it's still fairly low, but it's a lot better than what the average is. But that'll be for the after show. I don't think I'll take it, honestly, but it's interesting.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, you can. Yeah, I think if you want a date sub, 16610 from 90s, the earlier the better. If you want that tritium patina, um, it could be an option, and I'm sure you can find one that's not much more expensive than what you can possibly sell the Datejust for. You will have to put some money on top of that, but not a lot.
Yeah, the only problem is no box, no papers. And now the issue is box and papers are about like a good $100 value, depending, $100 to $200 value nowadays.
More, more. I would say more. People usually add more premium because there are a lot of people like you who just don't feel right about the deal for one reason or another when they don't have the papers and the
I like
box.
Archie always said, like, fuck the box, the paperwork's more important, honestly.
Of
You know,
course, of
he's
course. But
right.
also remember, Archie is talking from his standpoint as well because he knows that he knows what boxes they go with for the most part. He knows that he can hunt down the boxes at most paying, $200-300 somehow years down the
Right,
line. He knows he can
right.
get the right box. Not everyone has that kind of knowledge and patience, but in either
I wouldn't
case,
be necessary either. I mean, I think,
papers papers
yeah, papers are out where the money is,
priority.
essentially.
Yeah. So
And that's why a lot of
paper
people give Bob's watches like a lot of shit, like because Bob's only ships them out in their own box, which I get it, I guess, but at the same time, I get the consumer's point of view. But just get the fucking papers. That's the bigger part.
Yeah, papers above all, and anything else is icing on the cake. I'm not. I wouldn't pay premium for a full set. I'm not impressed by the period correct box, but if it has the original papers, that adds real value in my eyes. Um, let's see. Mike David says the watch in the movie was a discontinued two-tone stainless steel Seiko with a fluted bezel reference SNXJ90 featuring a white color dial with day, date, and display future. Okay. How do you explain the fact that it looks two-tone in this picture very clearly? But anyway, I mean, again, the point is that was a fucking novel and it was written to be a Rolex. I don't care about what you think was in the movie. Um, read the book. Midtown Chuckster says, "Hey, Bishop Howie, you seem to be stressed by other people's actions. Don't despair. Relax. Only trust them as far as you can throw them. A propeller atop your violet Zucchetto may help you to chill." Thomas Broadbent says you have a neoclassic, classic, or a vintage sub, and a ceramic sub too. They're very different. Yeah, that was a nice three-piece. BC says vintage definitely has charm. The modern ones lack in that department. And Thomas says, Meech, line up your three favorite watches. Yeah, today, if you were to choose a three-piece from your collection, Meech,
Hmm.
which are the ones that immediately come to mind? Now,
Yacht Master two tone immediately. The no date sub because I wanted that one for. I mean, years. I wanted that one, and I had no problem overpaying for it. Nowadays, I probably would have problems with it. But the last one,
Santos.
Yeah, it probably would be the Santos, honestly. So that'd be the perfect dress watch.
It works. It works. It works. You have your two-tone, you have your no date sub, and you have a watch that can certainly serve as a dress watch, but that can be sporty as well. That can certainly cross that threshold of formality and be worn a little more casually too.
Yeah.
It's a good three-piece collection. And Jake Brooks says, exciting to hear this and the guest next week. Yeah, check out, guys, when you have time, the Big Meech collection review. And stay tuned for our special guest for next week. And Jake Brooks says you can get a GMT for 15K from 80s and 90s. Yes, and with the 15, you should certainly look for a watch that comes in good condition and with papers. Especially in the 90s, there are so many good examples that you can look for something a little more special. And that's why I searched far and wide for my GMT Master 2. Um, you can get it cheaper than 15, but if you're paying 15, you should be getting something very special indeed. Um, no way you can get a good a good example at 7.5. Thomas, I think that Ellen Gildo level wishful thinking, but uh, you can get a decent watch for 10, but don't expect papers. Don't expect the icing on the cake. I think you can get a GMT Master 2 from late 80s to 90s for about 10. Don't confuse what you keep seeing in dealers forums and Facebook groups, by the way, for the price you can get as the average person. That doesn't always work or work out that way. Thomas says no love for the Explorer.
I like it, but when you think about it, it's repetitive to the no date sub. Um, yeah, it's repetitive.
Okay. Yeah, so you are saying if it were a three-piece collection, it would have to be either no date sub or the Explorer
Right.
39. Yeah.
Yep. Because at one point in time, I only had like, yeah, actually. So when it was only the Explorer and the Yachtmaster, those were my first two Rolexes. They worked quite well with each other because I had a date and no date. And then when I added the no date sub in, I found like, well, shit, the Explorer is kind of repetitive now because they're both no dates and they're both fairly simple.
Hmm. And especially at that case size, when it's the 39, it's even
Wow.
more
Yeah.
more similar.
And the
Um,
sub is like a 41 and a Super Max.
yeah, it's a big case. I think 41, again, with all due respect, I think 41 looks better. But anyway.
Oh, it
Um,
does because the lines are slimmed. It's not a giant block.
and Thomas, sorry about that. You were referring to the sub and the Sea Dweller for that price range. Yes, that makes sense. The GMT Master 2, I think, in popularity in recent time, especially the GMT Master 2, but the GMT Master line in general, across the years, it has picked up in popularity quite a bit. So when you're looking usually at this point, unless you're talking about like Bond era Submariners, like the Big Crown and everything, 6538 or something like that. When you look at the Submariners and GMT Masters of the same era in Rolex, the GMT Masters seem to be trending for a little higher these days. And that wasn't always the case. And Thomas says, let us know if you're selling the Explorer. Weren't we just recommending people not to
No.
jump into
Yeah.
financial transactions with people you
But
see on YouTube? But I don't think he meant he wants to get rid of it.
no, the 39 mil is fucking, it's bringing in good money right now, or it was at one point in time. Like they were pushing 12K at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I I think you were just choosing your top three, not necessarily saying that you would
No,
want to get rid of the rest of them.
no, I wouldn't. Well, I mean, the Explorer One's my very first Rolex too, and there's the unspoken rule: never sell your first luxury watch, and more importantly, never sell your first Rolex. So,
And again, that's the pontiff's own trauma and personal hangup, because he sold his 1016 and never found anything like it later down the road. And that's that in itself, like a 1016 in decent condition, that's a nice watch. That's a very iconic piece. That's a very desirable collectible piece.
but Lord, I heard somebody, I heard a little
Pardon.
birdie tweet say that it's time for the Z Blues to be traded in for potentially a black. What do you
Oh
what do you
yeah.
reckon? What do you reckon? He said, I've heard a lot of people start to shit on the Z Blues, and I've actually seen the market price for them start to decline because they were peaking at 14, 15. Now they're starting to push down to 12, 13 now.
I don't know. I know you don't have a GMT master. Um I would not. First of all, black is not the GMT master 2 you want. Let's
I had a
establish.
chance to buy it. No, yeah, I mean, I think it looks good. If I didn't have the sub, I probably would have bought that one from '07. But it looks too much like the Submariner.
Right. So you have, you want the Batgirl. I think you would be, if they gave you a Pepsi, you would take that as well. But I don't think the black GMT is what you want. So
No,
why why get a watch like that? You're
no.
happy with the Milgauss. You like
But
your
let's just
Milgauss.
say I find a Batgirl at 19, trade in at, you know, let's go on the lower end here. 13, $6,000 difference.
Also for a Batgirl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would rather wait to see if you can get it at retail. And I think,
Yeah.
honestly, again, you know the best, but if I had your collection, for me the Datejust would be the first one to go if I need to get rid of one of them. Eddie says, Big Meech, you bought the Z Blue at retail? You have a good relationship with your Rolex AD? What's on your waiting list for Rolex? Thanks. And
It's
get
only
a
the
Pepsi,
Batgirl and
he said.
Sermon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I humorously put my name down for a Pepsi on Jubilee, and I've been offered the one on Oyster, pre-owned, mind you, pre-owned on Oyster case. And that one needed to be sent off for service regardless. But I humorously put down my name, and I don't expect to hear a phone call for the next 25 years on that one because I put it down in the Minneapolis district, which, yeah. But yeah, for my local boutique, Batgirl, the the Sermon, the Starbucks, and the Air King are all on deck right now, which I'm most likely going to get the call for the Air King. Case wise, I think it's great. The new clasp feels great. The dial wise, it still looks fucking ugly, but Steel Sports, Steel Sports. You take away Steel Sports from the newbies, hoard and possess.
Yeah, but you did get the Milgauss at retail.
Yep, that I did. I got the Milgauss at retail, Explorer retail, and the Yachtmaster at retail, which is now incredibly hard to get now, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, most of everything was. I think you can get the
Well, the
Yachtmaster.
two tone is now. The rhodium was
Yeah.
always hard to get, but the two tones now I hear are a little tough to get.
Oh, the two-tone Rolexes now are easy to get, actually. Right now, at this moment, they are
I wouldn't
they're
doubt that.
they're literally, you can walk in as a first-time customer and they will
Well,
they
the
will offer
Yachtmaster
you.
was always easy to get too. And then there was this weird period where you couldn't even get a Yachtmaster, which was bizarre.
Yeah. Eddie says, Big Meech, get the Air King. I think he got on the list for that as well after the preview event,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, for the new Air King model, Big Meech is actually on the wait list for that as well.
Hmm.
Wait listed. Yeah. Well, yeah, if I were honestly, Meech, I think Batgirl is the most realistic one that might come through, especially because you catered to them with that they just purchased. Um, and yeah, if I were to get rid of anything, I would keep the Z Blue. I think that's a very nice watch. I think the combination of the dial color and the tinted crystal give it a very cool look.
Yeah. If
Um,
they update this one like the new Air King, I'm either trading this one in or selling it for the new model. I mean, I hope they do. I'm sure they will at some point because it'll make the watch so much better.
yeah, I mean, yeah, in either case, I think because especially if you trade this for black, 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 think about it. You'll have the date just with date and black dial. You would have the black GMT with a black bezel insert. Yes, green GMT hand, but black dial. And then
It's
you'll
barely
have
noticeable.
your sub, your no date sub, black dial. Your Explorer 39, black dial. Too many black dial Rolex. For me, that's a nightmare. But maybe it's exactly what you want to go for.
Well, I mean, I don't mind. I'm not opposed to adding color as long as it's not a white dial. If I don't have to add one in a white dial, put it that way.
Mhm. Tom's Broadband says, is it always the oyster bracelet over the Jubilee on the ceramics? If you're asking about how they're trending in the market, I think so. Yeah, I think the so-called Batman, which is the blue and black on oyster, trends for a little more than blue and black on the Jubilee. And same thing with Pepsi. I think the oyster trades for more still than the Jubilee on the Pepsi too, right, Mish?
I'm sorry. What was that?
For the GMT Master 2, the oyster bracelet for the Pepsi is also worth a little more in the secondary market than the Jubilee.
It used to be at one point in time, but everyone at so it goes back and forth. It seems like every so many years where it
Mhm.
swings over to Jubilee. Like Jubilee is more expensive and more desirable. Then it swings back to Oyster. Um,
Okay.
I think nowadays, I think Oyster's a little bit more in demand over the Jubilee. But like I said, it goes back and forth a lot.
Yeah, Eddie, we actually had this conversation when we were reviewing Joe's collection. Do you guys like the Yachtmaster two tone with the chocolate brown dial or any Yachtmaster? I've always loved the Yachtmaster. Um, I prefer the chocolate brown dial. Joe's Yachtmaster two tone is actually a black dial because he thought that was more rare, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a factual rare, but around here it's more rare. But yeah, I always wanted the chocolate dial. When I first got introduced to the Yachtmaster, it was in chocolate dial. So I think the chocolate dial is great. It's a little feminine though, because it is a lighter shade of chocolate when you get it in the sunlight. But in
Mhm.
darker themes, it's a beautiful watch. It is a beautiful, beautiful watch, nonetheless.
Yes, this is Joe's two-tone Yachtmaster with the black dial. I think that red writing on the dial is a very nice touch. I think in general, two-tone really looks great on this particular watch. I prefer it with chocolate brown, but that doesn't mean that as it is, this is really a gorgeous watch.
Look how thin that is.
Yeah,
Crazy thin.
Yachtmaster has a very elegant case, very nice curvature on the lugs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's even thinner than my Explorer. So it's crazy.
So I like the in the Yachtmaster line, I actually like the entire line. I like the two tones. I like the Everose 40. I like the I like the all steel ones, with the rhodium dial. I like them all. maybe not the new yellow gold one in 42, but even the
Heavy.
white gold one, white gold 42, I love that one too. So um yeah, I basically like the entire line. My preference for the Destro Sprite is none at all. Honestly, I look. I'm not a fool, So if they offered it to me, I would probably take it. But I don't really like that watch. I think as a novelty, it's interesting. I know it is selling like hotcakes. I know if they especially end up discontinuing it soon enough, it will be very collectible and very expensive very soon, and it already is anyways. Um, but that's not a watch I like on the Jubilee or on the Oyster, to be honest, Thomas. Thomas says the chocolate brown dial on a leather strap gives it another look for sure, but
Yeah, yeah.
he
Degrades
knows
it. Yeah, that's what it does.
also much with brown dress brogue boots. Yeah, Joe doesn't like Rolex watches, vintage or modern on leather straps, I
It
think.
makes more
Not this
sense on
aesthetic.
vintage. It makes more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it does make more sense. And the vintage ones look better on leather straps than the modern ones on leather straps. I think that's also true, but Joe's reasoning is a little bit different.
Well, just in
Because
general, for being realistic, I mean, I never understood why guys will take off like the whole. One of the major reasons, not the whole reason, one of the major reasons for buying a Rolex is for the Oyster bracelet. It's arguably one of the most comfortable bracelets on the market today compared to AP, Vacheron. I mean,
it's the
yeah,
most
it's
copied. It's the most copied for sure. Like, both of Rolex's iconic bracelet designs, Jubilee and Oyster, they are copied over and over again. And there's
yeah.
nothing really exactly like it. There are
And
some other
cheers
good
to Omega
bracelets.
for forcing Rolex to update their bracelets because Omega updated their bracelets before Rolex.
Um, I mean, look, of course, the Royal Oak bracelet is really a joy. I actually like a sleeper bracelet that feels really good if you're into the looks of it as well. Is the matching steel bracelet that comes with the Breguet Type 20. That's a very comfortable bracelet. Um, so it could be an interesting one. I'll show a picture, but I wanna do a couple of things. Again, guys, if you're here, if you like the show, if you have been learning from it, if you have been enjoying it, hit that like button. It really helps. Give me a little more exposure. Subscribe if you haven't. Spread the word. Share the link on other platforms. Talk about the channel on other platforms and channels. Help me get closer to 1,000 subs so I can get monetized. And in the meantime, thank you for your support and presence. Thank you for participating in the conversation on the panel and in the chat. Um, but if you want to contribute, if you want to help support the channel, if you want to help it become self sustaining, and if you want to encourage the kind of content that I create here, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespuntv@gmail.com. That's lordhellespuntv@gmail.com. My primary point of contact, that's crawling there in the ticker. Which means that you can request personalized videos, dedicated live streams as well. And I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and any contribution is welcome. And thank you for being here in either case. Mitchell Poirier, greetings. I'll share one reason to take the bracelet off. Bling. Modern Rolex bracelets are too loud. Polished center links, shade of 904L, which is the Rolex proprietary steel. Jubilee bracelets, especially, etc. Older Rolex bracelets had more charm. I totally agree, Mitchell, but we Meech doesn't share that opinion one bit. Um, so um, Spaghetti Type 20 has basically this, in civilian production at least, has this look in all polish, especially when it um, comes to the resurrected uh, model that they had in the Aeronal, the one without the date. And that actually has a very nice bracelet, very comfortable bracelet, but it's really doubles down on that all polished look, polished bezel, polished case, um, and a 3-link fully articulated bracelet that's also polished. It can be excessive for a certain kind of look, for what is supposed to be a tool watch after all. Remember again, they had much sharper lugs, for example, when they were in mil spec. The cases were a little smaller. In the civilian production model, you have these more stylized Breguet teardrop lugs and the fluting all around the case, but that's practically noticeable as a coin edging on both flanks. And of course, you have um, a solid case back that's decorated with the name and specifications of the model and its reference number, rather than the military issue information, the information by the aéronaval that would be inscribed there, that would have been inscribed there. Yeah, that is a nice bracelet, and that's a very comfortable bracelet as well. But it would certainly fail Mitchell's test, of not being too blingy, because it is a very shiny, high polished bracelet. Thomas Broadband says Daytona white gold racing dial on the brown alligator is splendid. I think that was a great look. I know Rolex is doing really well with precious metal Daytonas on um, Oyster Flex. I think that's a great look as well. Don't take me wrong. Um, but I love the 116519, I think, is the model that Thomas is talking about. Um, yeah, those were amazing watches. I think Rolex should at least have the option somewhere in the catalog, um, for something like this. 116519 racing dial in a kind of starburst gray, red accents, Arabic numerals, of course, that are distinctive of that. And the contrast stitching isn't too bad in this configuration either. I like how it catches on those red accents on the dial. That's a cool look. Meech's cousin could be well served by the Breguet Type 20. Uh, yeah, I mean, look, I think anyone who is in the luxury market, and I was so disappointed when this happened, because I think GQ published an article recently on how Breguet Type 20 is like the cheat code in luxury watches, because you can still find them for a song in the secondary markets. I expected them to rise up in value in today's craze, and especially after they have been discontinued in 2018 for the no date model, and 2020 for the transatlantique, the one with the date. But they're still trending at a very reasonable level, and you can still find incredible deals on them. But that's not the kind of watch that someone belongs to the family of Big Meech would be content with. I think they want things that are more modern, that are more blingy, that are more of a look at me type of watch.
I don't know. It's just if you didn't live such an active lifestyle, it might be a bit of a different conversation. I mean, he really does like the outdoors a lot. So uh, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Thomas says not getting the racing dial Daytona watch regret. Yeah, at some point in time, Thomas, those precious metal Daytonas, like 116518, 116519. What's the one with the Everose? I think they did an Everose for that as well. Those were great deals, like precious metal Daytona on leather strap and matching clasp, 6-digit Daytona. They were one of the best deals in the market, especially racing dial. They were selling for a song basically because no one wanted them. And wristwatchholic Alex says they will want Rolex. Big Meech and cousin Meech, they want Rolex.
I think he wants the Blusty Burnett Omega Associate. I think that's what he wants. Can't say that I blame him.
Yeah, it's a little. It's, okay, no, no judgment. I mean, I think it's a little bad form that you are you are just married and you are watch shopping to treat yourself, and you already are looking for the next woman. It's a little too much, but hey,
It's one of the heat of the moment things.
that's how the worst decisions are made generally. Thomas Broadbent says Breguet Type 20 is still on the list. Thomas, let me know what you do with that decision, because those are still available. And look, you know how things work. I always think, because I'm the old Rolex guy, I always think watches getting discontinued would immediately increase their value. But one way in which the market works these days is when watch brands release new models that draw attention to something in their past, it increases the values and desirability of that model in the past. So if Breguet brings back the Type 20 and somehow it gains some traction, the discontinued Type 20s will become more expensive rather than losing in value, because that's what keeps happening with Rolex recently. Like they bring out a new root beer, a new two-tone GMT master that's very different than the old one, but because everyone gets caught up in the root beer hype, suddenly the 80s version and even the 90s version starts gaining some traction. So let me know what you're exactly looking for. I'll keep an eye out for you as well, whether you're looking for the Aéronaval, which is the no date version, or the Transatlantique, or maybe you're looking for one of the limited editions in precious metal, or the Japanese edition with the blue dial and exhibition case back. Who knows? Just let me know, and I will keep an eye out on you as well. Those precious metal Daytonas were at 11K at some point. It happens. It happens. You couldn't have. Don't blame yourself. Don't beat yourself up too much. You couldn't have guessed. Omega Man on the fucking moon. Wristwatchholic says Omega Seamaster 300 Diver M is a good entry level luxury watch. Yes, new or old. The current lineup is great. I have nothing against them. I think Omega Seamaster 300 meter professional, that's a great watch. But the 90s Omega Seamasters are an absolute steal. I think those are both great values. They represent great values. Welcome
Hey,
back
Cheers.
to the
what's up?
channel, man. Nice to see
How's
you.
it going? Nice to see you too. Thanks.
Hey, man.
What are we talking about?
Well, so we were talking about right now. We were talking about just some of the values in the market, because Breguet Type 20 came up as a chronograph. Alex was talking about the Omega Seamaster 300, but the larger heading is, where do you buy your watches? What are your sources? Do you use authorized dealers and boutiques? Do you use Facebook groups, eBay, Chrono24, all of the above, something different?
Hmm. Well, did you answer it? The question?
I did, yeah. I basically, for me, it's kind of all of the above. I like actually using eBay, but it comes with certain risks. So
Mm-hmm.
it's only for certain deals where I'm willing to take that risk in pursuit of really a steal or a very good deal on a particular watch. I might go that route, but I really prefer just going out, hunting, chasing, even making visits to nearby cities and maybe even making trips to check out some boutiques and stores in other cities and finding exactly the example I want, and then negotiating a deal face to face, cash in hand. That's what I really prefer, but it's not always easy to do that. Logistically, it's sometimes very difficult. So as much as
Mm-hmm.
I get used to online shopping, I still prefer that in-person transaction because it's how I feel most safe. But eBay, to me, it's getting better. It's getting a little more trustworthy, um, especially if you know exactly what you want to get and you are not afraid of asking any number of questions in advance, and you don't mind dealing with the after effects if a deal goes wrong, because eBay usually does take your side, but it's still trouble, of course. Some people don't want to go through that trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it a nightmare still for vintage collectors? Like, because I hear like their authenticators, they'll see if the watch is real, but they don't give a shit if like the parts don't match. So if you buy a watch from 2002 and you got parts from the 90s in there, they don't care. It's still
I
authentic to them.
I completely agree, Joe. That's why, thank you for giving me the chance to clarify, because that's the kind of deal and that's the level of risk I wouldn't want to take. If I would never want to buy sight unseen from eBay a watch from before, let's say 95, or maybe let's say anything before the 90s, unless it's a watch that I've seen elsewhere or I see on eBay and then I can go into the store and check out, um, or it's a dealer that I've dealt with before in another context and I see them on eBay offering a watch that I'm interested in. I would not touch anything before the 1990s for an eBay purchase. Well, I actually I'm speaking against my own advice here, because I did get a late 70s Datejust from from eBay, but I knew exactly what I was getting and I was happy with it, and I got a great deal on it. And the only thing that didn't quote unquote belong on that watch was the crystal was changed from plastic to sapphire. So that was the
Wow, that's more or
only.
less of an upgrade nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, but not to me. You know how my mind operates. For me, that takes away from that watch, Joe.
Fair enough.
But anyway, so I knew that it was a sapphire crystal, and I knew that didn't originally belong to the watch. Everything else was fine, and I was happy with that. I was happy with that deal. But would I take a chance on like a double red sea dweller, which is my white whale, which is my grail, even if it was an absolute steal on eBay? I would not buy a 1665 on eBay. That's impossible. That's a lot of money to gamble on for a watch that you buy on eBay sight unseen. Full on John says Aquaterra 38 black dial on rubber strap is indubitably exquisite. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a nice watch.
Yeah, Aquaterras can be really nice.
I mean, I wish they would just update their clasp. Um,
Mm.
it's a butterfly clasp, so it's not exactly the most accommodating.
Uh yeah, people are actually the deployant are very controversial, very divisive. People either love them and swear by them or hate them. Um,
It's a matter of if it fits you or doesn't. I mean, that's what it really comes down to.
it's true. It's true. So this is, yeah, I think Aquaterras on rubber, they can look great. JB, you got a watch like this very recently, didn't you? If you're still in the chat. Um, Thomas says, has there been predator activity on the flock this year? Do you ever see wolverines?
No, I mean, the definition of a wolf around here is it's called a little. It's called two things. It's either called a mini timber wolf or a brush wolf, but it's neither or. It's called a
Mhm.
coyote, which is like a slightly bigger version of a fox, and they're quite annoying. I mean, they're around here, but yeah, they typically don't bother the flock too much.
Basil's Bezos has a good point, and that's, the two deals I did on eBay. I trusted eBay. So many outs as a buyer on eBay. If I couldn't trust the seller, at least I knew eBay would help me. One thing that you can look at for all your online watch purchases, make sure the seller gives you a few days for a no questions asked return, which means you can get it looked at as Bezos Bezel says after the sale, with a proficient watchmaker, with an expert who can check the watch out for you. And if you're not happy with the condition, if you're not happy um, with the watch, if you didn't get what you were looking for and what was advertised, eBay should be able to help you out with the return. And usually they side with the buyer. I never had a problem with a watch purchase, but when I had a problem with any purchase that I have made on eBay, they have 100% sided with me and helped me out because I was right, but also because they want to accommodate the buyer. Um, And yes, Thomas Broadband says for a watch of a certain value, especially if it comes with a high, if it's a high ticket item, you want to get on a plane or a road trip and get a paid assessment. It's all possible. Van Lux says, is Meech chugging beer tonight? I don't think so.
No, it's been a while, but Fourth of July can't
Guys,
wait.
we are more or less halfway through the show. I think I'm going to go till midnight here. So we have another hour and 45 minutes. But in the meantime, if you have been learning from the show, if you have been enjoying it, hit that like button. Help me gain more exposure. Spread the word. Send the link out on other platforms. Um, Shout it from the rooftops. Tell all your friends. Help me expand this community. In either case, I'm really grateful for your support and presence. But if you want to help me out until I get to 1,000 subs. If you want to help the channel become self-sustaining until it gets monetized, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and the information is always there crawling in the ticker and is included in the video description. And if you have any special requests, you can use that PayPal address at lordhellespontv@gmail.com to send me your messages, to contact me directly. What do you use this to get your watches usually?
Well, I have not purchased a watch in quite a while, but when I was in my prime days of purchasing watches like a madman, it was a mix of Facebook groups here in the Israeli community, buying used watches, and I did have a few purchases which I made directly from the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Usually in the United Kingdom, and I had a short, not so short, phase of buying Microbrand watches,
Mm-hmm.
and these ones I purchased directly from the Microbrand company, So that's it more or less. But most of my watches were second, used watches which I purchased from private people on Facebook.
Okay, so using social media, using a lot of online sources, of course, with Microbrands, you bought from their websites, I'm assuming.
Exactly.
But yeah, and with ADs, you usually dealt with UK, which I guess is now a little harder.
Yeah, because of the Brexit, yeah.
Van Lux says, "This is the man."
Thank you.
And Full On
Well,
John asks, "Do you own any Zelos?" This.
no, I don't. I mean, I appreciate them as a brand, as a micro brand, but
Mm.
I don't connect to their design language. I don't know. I can mention a few, name drop a few micro brands that I owned. Baltic. Um, what's the name? Baltic. Walbrook. Ring any bell? These names?
Baltic does, but not the other one.
Walbrook. It's a French brand, micro brand. I'm not sure if it's a micro brand exactly. What else? I need to remember, but the thing is, all of my purchases for microbrands were of retro inspired vintage divers.
Mhm.
This is my weakness. I love divers, especially with that look vintagey.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, and you're after the mother of all as well. This time, the No Date Submariner.
Yeah, which I already owned, so I made a mistake selling it. Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll make up for it as long as you're patient. It's coming. It's out there. It's waiting for
Thank you.
you. Thomas says, and I was going to invite you to talk about them a little bit. Thomas Broadbent says, Baltic is very pure in design. What did you own? Do you still own it? And can you tell us a little more about it? What model did you have?
Drop a link in the private chat.
Of course.
Just a sec. Copy image address. So I own the Aquascaf. Scaf. I don't know. Do you speak French? Because I don't know how you pronounce it correctly.
Aquascaf, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, so it's it's a mix. Of first, it has Fortina. So if you people don't like that, I don't have a problem with Fortina.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it fits the watch aesthetically. Uh, it has a mix of all kinds of vintage watches. It has a bit of Blancpain 50 Fathoms and a bit of Submariner and a bit of what else?
Omega
Other
vibes.
what?
What was it? Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just saying it kind of looks like an Omega Seamaster, like the Heritage line.
Yeah, that too, that too. So
And what was the case diameter on this one?
it was 39,
Okay.
and it had a Miyota 35, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It cost around $700 which I felt is mm, I would like an ETA movement, but you know,
Did
you
it
get what you
come? Did it come with the bracelet at that price point? That
Yeah,
rice
it
grain
did.
there. Yeah.
It did. It did. Yeah.
And
Uh,
how's the construction and the feel of the bracelet?
it was very high quality.
Okay.
It had a good heft to it, and the bits of rice bracelet is like, it feels like it was given a lot of attention. It was a great watch. I regret selling it. I sold it because I didn't wear it because I had too many watches, But
Hmm.
it's a very nice. No date, no need to set a date. It's a very
Nice.
sexy watch.
Yeah, nice size of crown. I think uh, a domed crystal,
Yeah,
right? So it increases that vintage appeal. Kind of a cutout, maybe,
yeah,
um,
yeah,
like a sandwich dial, or is
yeah, yeah,
it
yeah. It's, these markers on 369 are like a sandwich.
okay? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it looks really nice to me. And what
Yeah.
about the bezel? Was the bezel also same as the crystal? What was it made of?
I'm not sure. It's not ceramic, but it's like sapphire. Maybe it's
Okay.
sapphire.
Like
Could be.
like the like Blancpain, basically, right?
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do they? I wonder if they still have this. They probably do, right? Yeah, they
Yeah, of
still
course.
have it.
They sell it. Oh, yeah.
Black cream.
This is a microbrand which started being very popular, and they released like limited editions with Odinki, and they're
Hmm.
going up. Yeah, they're going places.
Yeah, I know they have like vintage looking chronos as well that have been really popular in the past, right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I just didn't realize they had also divers. Yeah, the GMTs were really popular at a certain point, but I've certainly seen these, the bicompacts, um, and yeah, these dress watches with, the sub-seconds, the small seconds at 7 and 8.
hmm
Cool little look with the Breguet numbers, Lee fans. I mean, the
hmm
aesthetic is great. The
Yeah.
aesthetic I love for sure. I've never
hmm
owned one, but it's certainly very appealing.
Do you own any microbrand watches?
No, Seiko is my jam usually when it comes to this price point.
Hmm.
But hey,
Would you?
it's that's actually, I was thinking that could be tomorrow's topic, and it will involve probably a lot of discussion of micro brands, because I was gonna say my knee-jerk reaction when someone asks me, especially someone new to the hobby or someone who is vaguely interested in watches and they have a budget of 1,000, my knee-jerk reaction, my habitual response is get a Seiko. And I want to have a live stream dedicated to this question. What are your suggestions for under $1,000 that are not Seiko? And here's a great one, right? You want to get a diver. They have fantastic looking vintage divers. You said, and you were very objective. You said, hey, at that price point, maybe I want a better movement, maybe an ETA, but otherwise it's a great watch. The bracelet is solid. Decent Myota movement, 9039. Those cutouts at quarters are fucking sexy. I like that. Um, the the bezel is sapphire. The domed sapphire crystal also gives it a very nice, distorted, quasi vintage look.
Mm-hmm.
And even the rubber band, right? That's a very vintage inspired tropic strap rather than like a modern rubber band. So I
Yeah.
like the feel of this for
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Yep.
This
Yep.
is this is what I like about Dis, though. I mean, he buys what he likes. You know, it's not about the money; it's about the passion for him. So,
Mhm.
Jewelers on time, simply the best. Thomas Brogdon says they have Colbot design range at a very reasonable price. And Wristwatchholic says it's not a diver watch, but I've ordered the Baltic MR01 and waiting for it. Yeah, um, I think the entire range is very fascinating. I guess um, they're all out of stock anyways, the MR01s. But in Salmon, I'm guessing, Alex, you ordered the blue dial. Let me guess. But it's a cool looking watch.
Yeah, man.
Oh wow,
Wow. It looks great.
fascinating. What's the movement?
geez, Lord, take it off the screen. I want to sleep tonight.
It's a Chinese high horology micro rotor movement, it seems. But hey, it's not. I mean, what do you expect at that price point? How? I mean, the dial has a very nice texture to it. That grain looks great. When Patek does it, people cream all over it, even though it looks like fucking newly laid off California asphalt. Probably with the smell that goes with
It
it.
wasn't that bad, Lord. I mean, that's. I thought Paddock did it when they did it. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I hate it, man. Thanks, but I hate it. I genuinely do. Um, but I think Patek's effort of making sports and sporty watches in and of itself is like a catastrophic success in a way. It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't fit with the image of the brand that I have in my head. And probably it's my problem, right? The issue is with me, not with Patek, and certainly not with anyone else. But I just can't reconcile it in my head. But yeah, I would rather get one of these than a Ming for sure.
Ooh.
The Ming is too futuristic for me. I like this vintage inspired classical designs. Yeah. There's a steel bracelet option as well. Ooh, Jesus, I love it. I love it, but of course it's all sold out. Back in early October 2022. All right. All right. Interesting option. Oh, surprise, surprise. Alex actually ordered the salmon one. I thought he was making an exclusively blue dial collection, but there we go. Yes, this is quite nice for a dress watch. I like the asymmetric layouts with seconds on the sub dial. 36 in diameter, so it's very classically proportioned, accessible. The only question I have is the movement. You know, I've never ever had a watch with an Hangzhou movement, so I don't know what it is. But it looks nice. You know, honestly, at that price range, it doesn't look horribly finished. It looks okay. You know, certainly machine finished for the most part, but yeah, what else can you ask for? Um, Estimated time of arrival is September 2022, and that micro rotor was good. It's a Chinese movement, the Hangzhou 5000A. They advertised it as. Meatball is laughing. Watch Nicholas. Hey man, welcome to the channel again. Welcome back. I like that watch. Cool. And Thomas Broadbent says Patek skateboard dial is a no-go. The Salmen. Yeah, man. We like Salmen. We like we like straight men. We like gay men. We like all men on this channel and women too, and anything in between. All colors of the rainbow.
Ooh, that's pushing the envelope there.
Thomas says the numeral font's terrific. The Breguet numerals, man. It's a classic. And Jimmy says, gotta admire Baltic. They have some really cool designs. And it's again, um, look, I usually have a hard time reconciling in my mind brands that crib too much from history. But then again, there's always something about these watches that has a unique flavor of their own. You know, whether it's the particular size of the numerals they chose on these dress watches where it feels like they really fill up the dial in a way that a truly vintage dress watch might not. They haven't gone with 41 millimeter like a modern high horological brand would. So that's original. They haven't just put the dial, sub dial at 6. They have done something different. I like that. With the diver too, like, you were talking about this, like, it doesn't just look like another sub clone. It doesn't just look like another 50 fathoms or bathyscaphe clone. It looks like very well inspired by a lot of that stuff, but also kind of like its own thing. And I appreciate that. That takes some invention, some intelligent design.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And Wristwatchholic says it's a good value at 500. And Big Dub, Watch Nicholas says numerals are nice. And he says, taste the rainbow. Reporting from San Francisco. Big Dub, Watch Nicholas. I think it's a good value too. It looks good. Hey, Watch Nicholas, don't forget about us while you are trying on all these FPGAs and living the high life on the rainbow in San Francisco. Don't forget where you came from. Van Lux says, wristwatch holic, your dog looks like a mini me of my dog. I have a German Rottweiler. What kind of dog is yours? And what's his name? And Jimmy says, hey, Nick, hope your Sunday is going well, bud. Yeah, and I remember someone was making fun of Rolex, saying that the new Sprite is is a Baltic homage because of the bezel colors, which I thought was a very funny touch. But yeah, not exactly, but still funny. Very cool. Yeah, and how long did you own that aquascarf for?
Uh, like 1 year, I think.
And
Yeah.
where are they produced? Where do they assemble them?
Allegedly in France, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Allegedly, I like the allegedly. Yeah, man. I mean, look, this I'm like you. I'm very cynical when it comes to this. I don't believe in half of the things that they say, but at some point you have to, just to preserve your sanity and your passion for wristwatches, you have to somehow play along, keep up the pretense for a certain level. So,
Yeah.
and Nicholas, you reckon coach likes the rainbow. And Watch Nicholas says, Jimmy, thanks. I went into San Francisco. It was fun for the day. And how did Baltic hold the value in resale?
Well, because it's me, then it's not it doesn't really, it doesn't say anything, but I lost a little bit on it. But that's because I like to sell fast, so I give good prices, and like when I buy, I don't try to make profit on the watches. I never do.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Thomas says, France, a city in China.
Yeah.
Man, God bless China. Um, Jimmy and Watch Nicholas. As Watch Nicholas always says, punters know each other in the chat. Punters are talking to each other. Um, hey guys, third hour. Please upvote the stream. Hit that like button if you like the stream. If you have been enjoying it, if you have been learning from it, help me gain a little bit more exposure. Uh, Tell your friends, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. And if you want to contribute, the information is there in the crawling ticker. PayPal is lordhellismondv@gmail.com. Cash App, $ LHVVV. If you want to support the channel, if you want to help it become self sustaining. Hey, maybe I don't have a fridge, but I have these blinds and I have my microphone. So if you want your name on it, if you want me to put up a handwritten sign that supports your business, if you want to propose to your significant other, and you want to do it on the Untimely Meditations channel, I would be more than happy to read a verse and relay your proposal to your loved one. I'll do everything, anything and everything for the money. And there's another link. Oh, this is the Yema
Yeah.
that we were talking a little bit about it yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. What did we talk about? What did we say about it?
We were kind of talking about your passion for vintage with vintage inspired divers mostly, and
Ah,
Yema
I,
came up.
yeah, I brought it up because I'm actually today, in a few hours, I might rebuy it from the person I sold it to
Hmm.
because I really miss it. I like it. So
Yeah,
that's why I brought it up. Yeah.
it's a nice piece of design. Fats, hey, welcome
Yeah.
back to the channel. Yes, punters are talking, no big deal though. Yes, Fats, hope your trip is going well. Basil's Beezles, joining the fun. Why is there so many K's behind you? Looks too close to the clan. But what do you mean, K's? What K? Um, the four kings. You mean? Um, live from LA on the Oscar Mayer mic. Hey, yeah. I mean, sausage brand. It could be very evocative, like right next to my face. Um, I'll take it. I'll take it for a nice PayPal donation. I'll advertise your favorite brand of sausage on my microphone. Um, and Big Meat says, I'm gonna have Lord put a giant fathead poster of me in the back. Hey, for the right donation, I will put a shrine. I'll put a shrine in your honor, Smoking Joe. Watch Nicholas says, I've heard Italy is gorgeous. Good stuff. Fats is I on a trip to Italy. I didn't realize that.
So Yema is a brand that is exists since 1948,
Hmm.
like Israel, you know. Uh, it has heritage, you know. So I like it. I like this about it.
Right, right. Although, of course, the founding ideology of Israel really exists longer than 1948. But I
Ah,
guess we
yeah,
can say about, say that about divers watches as well.
yeah, yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Oh, shite, king. Never mind. My screen is small. Yeah, these are okay. These are the four kings. The the four kings from the 1990s, the famous boxers, Roberto Duran, Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, and Sugar Ray Leonard. And it's a Welsh artist, Patrick Killian, who basically made this piece where he put them up as four kings in a deck of cards. And I have the limited edition print that he also touched up with painting that I have hung elsewhere. And this is a poster that he gave for me and signed for me. But that is having some wear now. At any rate, I like it. Not as much as the actual artwork, but that's a nice little poster. And I have a higher quality print hung up um, somewhere else in the house. Yes, Yema have a story and a heritage, unique bezel lock too, and it's a nice looking watch. This Thomas says, and Yema is cool. Watch Nicholas says, and Van Lux agrees that it's a cool print. You're showing us a poster. This there.
it's a
Ben
famous
Ben Gurion,
picture.
Ben Gurion, right?
Yeah, it's a famous picture of him standing on on the beach. You know.
He used to love those exercises on the beach, apparently, right?
Yeah, he was into yoga and meditation and stuff. You know.
Yeah, and I mean he also had crazy hair, kind of an interesting appearance, interesting man.
Oh yeah, for sure. He was very a unique individual. You know, he was reading like all kinds of things, and he had tons of books. And he was. I read his biography, a few biographies. Very, very interesting person.
More than just a guy who gave his name to an airport, certainly. Um, Jimmy says recently did a deep dive into old fights on the YouTubes. Watched some past De La Hoya, Mayweather, Trinidad, and so on. Was fun. Hey, especially with De La Hoya and Mayweather, a lot of people, a lot of younger people, unless they are somehow unquestioning and unconditional fans of these people might have a very skewed opinion on De La Hoya and Mayweather, especially because they're kind of off-putting as public personas. But if you actually have followed them through their fighting career and watch some of their best fights, whether in real time or watch some tapes or on YouTube now, you will, yeah, you'll really have a different appreciation for them. Hell of a fighter, both of them. It's great. Van Lux says Vikram's yoga. And Thomas says the Three Kings, yes, from music, BB King, Albert, and Freddie King. Sounds fun, Jimmy. Watch Nicholas says. Jimmy says, hey, Lord, I know you have boxing knowledge. Any great fighters from the Middle East? Hey, man, it was, in the early 20th century, lots of the fighters, and that should tell you something about boxing as a sport. A lot of the great fighters were either Irish or Jewish. A lot of people from immigrant communities, um, communities that had very little opportunity for social mobility at the time, and they were literally fighting their way out of out of poverty. Um, so there were a lot of interesting Jewish boxers in the early 20th century, in the first half of the 20th century. Benny Leonard, Barney Ross, um, of course, Daniel Mendoza in the UK was one of the early like gentleman boxers as well. There are a lot of interesting. Max Baer, for example, had Jewish ancestry, which he was really proud of, and it made him carry a Star of David on his shorts. Um, but hey, as time went on, it kind of, I don't know, maybe we lost a little bit of the fighting spirit. This what do you say? Um, yeah, when it comes to the Middle East in general today nowadays, any active boxers who are from Israel or other parts of the Middle East, honestly, I can't come up with anyone who fights at the championship level, Jimmy. Thomas Broadband says, I watched the Holyfield versus Tyson recently. Yeah, people forget how hyped up that fight was. Even Tyson versus Lennox Lewis was really hyped up, even though I was almost sure that Lennox was going to win before the fight. But those were nice fights. Vito Antofermo, I know Hagler fought him and deserved to win, but Vito was Italian, not Jewish, was he? Watch Nicholas says, I like the physique of Butterbean along with his name. That's a hell of a fighting name, man. If you can be actually a professional boxer and get away with calling yourself Butterbean, you you must have hands. Even though I never saw his fights, I always wanted to win. Uh, Big Dub, man. The Butterbean is he's a phenomenon. They used to call him the best 4-round fighter in boxing because when you have to carry that much weight, whether it's in fat or muscle, the longer you go in the ring, the more it saps your stamina. So you get very weak and vulnerable as the fight goes on. But that guy had packed some punch, so he was quite powerful and could be rather destructive in the first few rounds. But if his opponent survived those rounds and was a little mobile, then it was trouble, of course, because he didn't have the best legs for sure. Jimmy says, I was curious myself too. Proof of good name, Butter Bean, best name. And Van Lex says, I like George Foreman's grills. George Foreman has one of the most inspiring stories of all. And I'm not only talking about his story of the comeback, after having found God and having become a preacher himself, and then, fighting in his 40s to regain the world championship as a heavyweight boxer. But the fact that he literally came from abject poverty in rural Texas. He was, I think, one of 6 children, and his mother was a line cook. And they basically had meat once a week, and his mother would bring like a burger patty home and divide it 6 ways, and they would each have a piece, and that was the meat they ate for the entire week. And he has a story about how he was so ashamed of how poor he was as a boy. When he went to school, he had no lunch to take with him, so he would find this greased up paper bag and bring that to the school and say to his friends, "Oh yeah, you too bad. I ate my lunch on the way, here. So I'll have to pass." And he came from that to becoming an Olympic champion as an amateur boxer, and to become a heavyweight champion, both as a young man and as an old man, which is incredible. Packed pounds and a punch, his poor niece today about Butterbean. And Fat went back. Ben, Fat says, I know Gary Jacobs, a very proud Scots-Jewish boxer, a great guy. Hey, nice to hear that. Shout out to Gary Jacobs. Jimmy says, what did you think of the movie Ali? I think it was an okay movie. Will Smith. I know a lot of people shite on the movie when it came out, but I thought it was pretty good, especially in recreating Rumble in the Jungle. I think Will Smith is really underrated as an actor, man. Whatever people think of him now and whether he's blacklisted or not, I think he's very underrated as an actor. And perhaps overrated as a comedian, if I may say that. I think he's pretty great, and he was great in that role. And you're right, the Rumble in the Jungle part, the subplot of that was probably the most attractive and compelling part of the movie. And this is my most recent post on the Instagram, when I posted his picture of shadowboxing, showing some of his moves, wearing a Cartier tank and a white t-shirt, kind of a way of inviting people to be a little more relaxed about dress watches and wear them in different contexts. Don't be afraid to wear something on a leather strap when you're sweating a little bit. A little bit of perspiration is good for inspiration. Hey, when I talk about Ali, I may even start rhyming. It just comes with the flow. Yeah, what a great man. I love a certain generation of boxers who are just a different breed, simply. And this is Adam West, of course, the 60s Batman, who is in his full tracksuit, showing us some nice cleavage there, sitting on the hood of his Ferrari and wearing a lovely day-date. Quite gangster as a look. What do you think about this one, Meech? I know you like your day-dates.
Mm.
Would you
Did he have solid yellow gold?
Yeah, this is a solid yellow gold. He actually has a lot of pictures with it on and off set. Adam West wearing his solid yellow gold date president bracelet, and here he has the full tuxedo, the tracksuit look.
It's very mob like, right? What's the what was it? Junior Soprano. Yeah, Junior Soprano said like most of these guys want to be buried inside their tracksuits, and like tracksuits were huge around this time. Yeah, no, I think it's nice.
Van Lux says about George Foreman, sad story. I never knew. Glad I bought 3 of his grills over the years. Hey, thanks for supporting the Foreman brand. Um, and Jimmy says, nice, good to hear the story about Gary Jacobs, the Scots Jewish boxer. And Van Lux says, does a movie like Ali and slaps like Chris Rock. Yeah, look, uh, again, I'm not saying what is right, what is wrong, but I think in that kind of situation, a slap is usually more appropriate because you want to embarrass your your antagonist. A punch would be too worthy of a real opponent. If you really want to dress someone down, a slap is much more appropriate for sure. Thomas Broadband says, if anyone has ever been to a live boxing event, check it out, especially in a small venue. It's amazing. It's amazing. Being in the, like fighting in amateur boxing meets, you, it was one of the best experiences in my life. Um, it's it's great, but being in the audience for a professional boxing match might even beat that because hey, you you take in the same spectacle, you enjoy the scene, and you don't even have to get punched on your head for it. I think that's a good trade-off. And Jimmy says, look at Ali rocking a tank, small yet elegant. Yeah, it's not an enlarged size, it's just the tank dress watch in its classic proportions. Dude had style and great rhymes. Yeah, they engineered that with Bandini Brown, who was the assistant coach and his hype man. And yeah, certainly he had the mind of a poet for sure. I mean, look, rap had a lot of different origins and all, of course, enmeshed in Black American culture. But one of the origins of um, rap performance is Muhammad Ali, actually. Like that sort of idea of rhyming performance in public, and a kind of in a boastful, provocative manner. That's something that inspired a lot of rappers and lyricists in a later period of time. So Ali has been incredibly influential in and outside of the ring. And Fatwin McBan says, when you get him in, watch the fight between Gary Jacobs and Sweet Pea Pernell Whitaker. Nice. I should. I haven't seen that particular fight of Pernell Whitaker. I had no idea that Gary Jacobs fought him. I would love to watch it. Van Lux says, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Hey, that's why, pardon me, that's why I responded to Watch Nicholas's um, message here when he said, what a picture I just posted. Butterfly emoji and bee emoji, because that's sometimes words don't suffice. So you have to kind of go with other means. Yeah, cool watch, cool guy. But yeah, there's a little piece about AJ Liebling, about Ali's New York City debut. I will post a link of that. And it really focuses um, on Ali as a performer and as a poet. And it was AJ Liebling's shtick, basically, to talk about boxers as like pseudo scholars. So you'll see that reflected in this New Yorker piece that he wrote before Ali was even world champion. And it's very entertaining, very well written, and gives you kind of a sense of Ali as a person too. He wait, let me see. So he's talking, basically Ali's talking to AJ Liebling in the gym about his victory in Rome in the Olympics. And then he changes the conversation to Floyd Patterson and his victory. So he says, at the gym that day, Cassius was on a mat doing sit-ups when Mr. Angelo Dundee, his trainer, brought up the subject of the ballad, right, which he wrote about Floyd Patterson. He's smart, Dundee said. He made up a poem. Clay had his hands locked behind his neck, elbows straight out, as he bobbed up and down. He's a golden brown young man, big-chested and long-legged, whose limbs have the smooth, rounded look that Joe Louis's used to have, the earlier heavyweight champion, the Brown Bomber, as he's called, and that frequently denotes fast muscles. He's 20 years old and 6 feet 2 inches tall, and he weighs 195 pounds. I'll say it for you, the poet announced, without waiting to be wheedled or breaking cadence. He began on a rise. You may talk about Sweden, you may talk about Rome, but Rockville Center is Floyd Patterson's home. He's probably the only poet in America who can recite this way. I would like to see T.S. Eliot try. Clay went on, continuing his ventriflexions. A lot of people say that Floyd couldn't fight, but you should have seen him on that comeback night. There were some lines that I fumbled. The tempo of sit-ups and poetry grew concurrently faster as the bardic fury took hold. But I caught the climax as the poet's voice rose. He cut up his eyes and mussed up his face, and that last left hook knocked his head out of place. So that is a little bit of AJ Liebling, which is one of the best writers historically on boxing, on Ali as a young man, as a young Olympic champion who did his country proud in Rome, and as a poet as well. It's a nice piece. No, I don't think. Look, I mean, it's he became Muslim. He adopted another faith, and he decided to signify that as a new beginning. And he took up a name that was more dear to him. Imagine, I mean, it's he got the name himself. You don't get that sort of opportunity in most lifetimes, right? And I remember he described that name saying, Muhammad means, the one who is highest. What is it? The worthy of all praise, and Ali means the Most High. So that was his reasoning for choosing those two names. Of course, also the fact that Muhammad is the name of the Islamic prophet, and Ali was his dear son-in-law, and one of the so-called four caliphs, if you know a little bit of that history. Anyway, so it's like, think of it as a newborn Christian. They signify that with a baptism. A lot of times they go to historically significant places and and get baptized in, like, River Jordan or something. This, I'm sure you probably heard about this, or maybe even seen scenes.
Mm-hmm.
um,
I have. I have.
and it's kind of like that. So Ali signified his transformation, his rebirth into a new life, into a new religion, by renaming himself. I don't think he was ashamed of his name, but he wanted to change it because it wasn't. He thought that was a name given to him by his enslavers. So uh, he didn't want to live on with that name. A little bit of a heavy topic for a watch channel, but thanks for bearing with me. Um, hey, that's why I didn't want to say that. I think the problem wasn't the skin color there, but the fact that they were slave owners who gave him that name. And as 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 a descendant of enslaved people, he wanted to mark that coming to self consciousness um, in a significant way, and name change was one of that. And Fat says Ali won gold for his country, came back home, went into a diner. Sorry, sir, you can sit there, whites only. That cut real deep with him. Yeah, it must be difficult. Must be difficult. And you can kind of connect that story into his later refusal to fight in Vietnam, because the guy basically had served this country and fought for his country in the Olympics, right? And won gold, and came back to segregation still, right? Um, and imagine the next time they tell you, hey, would you like to go again and fight for your country? And we will offer you something better this time around when you come back. Maybe you would say no, no thanks, thanks, but no thanks. So I have great respect for him in either case. Do you have other independents that you can suggest for us? This
Um, hmm. Good question. I think I sold all my microbrands and independents. So
really?
yeah, I had a phase when I was into them, and then I got back to bigger brands. So nothing to recommend right now. Yeah,
is is bigger always better? This
not necessarily. As we've just seen with the Baltic, which is a great bang for buck. Um, but I mean, you always aspire to own the big names, I guess. Everybody wants Rolex ultimately.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was actually sending the link to El Profesor, our recurrent guest. So I think he will jump on in a little bit. Um,
So we were going to talk about Rolex a lot.
I guess so. Now that you mentioned the name, he will come out of dark and talk about
Yeah.
Rolex. Hey, I mean, I talk a lot about Rolex too, for for better or worse. So bear with us.
Everybody does. It's okay. Sometimes it gets too much.
Yeah, fats. I'm not gonna formulate that sentence because it includes the N word, but he had a pretty strong statement about that. But you rephrased it, I think, in a very diplomatic way. Ali said, "My enemies are in my own country," and Jimmy says, "You box, fats, an amateur for 10 years. I coach now." Yeah, I think his guys are very lucky to have Fats as a pedagogue and as their coach. Let's see. He Professor says that he has like a mystery shopper experience that he wants to share. So hopefully he can jump on soon and we can we can figure it out.
He's from Spain, right?
No, he lives in the UK. I don't know if
Oh,
he likes disclosing his origins either, but you
oh.
can ask him. I think if he's comfortable answering, he will tell you.
No, I don't want to make him uncomfortable. Just he calls himself El Professor, and he has
Yeah,
an accent. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of we thought that the Spanish name would befit him, in a way, kind of inspire some mysterious origin. So we'll see. I think he is much more comfortable than I am to talk about what he does for a living, and where
yeah.
he's from. So
Hmm.
yeah, he'll jump on in a little bit. Mitch, you were dabbling at some point with at least the idea of getting some Microbrand watches. What did you have in mind exactly? Remind me, what brand were you looking into?
Oh, I was looking at Ginault at one point, which is kind of ironic considering their history. I was looking at Monta. I was also looking at a few Zelos, although I wouldn't call them a micro brand by any means. Um,
Why not?
I mean, Zelos has been around for quite some time now, so I mean
Okay.
they're pretty well established. They got a good following there. I mean, their prices are a little high for what they are. Of course, then you got the King of Kings. You got Ming, high end horology. So yeah, I mean, I thought about doing it, but here's the problem: is like this said, you lose money. You're guaranteed to lose money on. They're shitters, as Archie would say. Um, but that being said, I'm in the Facebook groups a lot, and if you're gonna buy and sell on there, you need to have a constant inventory of stuff going out to have credibility.
Mhm.
Because I had a tough time getting rid of that Grand Seiko because I hadn't sold anything in like over like 5 months, and like all my references were old. So um, it's kind of that's the only pro of having a micro brand in the collection is to be able to flip it out and keep your seller status in good standing order if that's what you want to continuously do.
Yeah, the I Heart Maldives is sending me the link for L'Aventure. Thanks. I hate it. I hate that brand, but we'll pull it up. I think they're extremely overpriced. Everything is sold on their website anyway, so it's I don't think we can really see the prices, but I think they go for like 5K and above. Even at those limited drops they have. And I'm not sure what exactly justifies it because they look like poor Nautilus clones to me. Um, this one was the most recent one, I think. Their chronograph, automobile, limited edition to 99 pieces. They had that one called Marine, again, limited to 99. They had like a transatlantic GMT, each limited to 50. Submarine. Um, yeah, I mean, look, I don't get it, man. Like Nautilus with a Submariner bezel in some different colors. Sorry, I mean, I don't know if this is harsh, but have you heard about this brand this and what do you think about it if you experience them in some way?
No, this is the first time I hear about them and I see them, and um, I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's. I don't know. I mean, something is too. in your face. I don't know what to paraphrase it.
And I love Maldives is also talking about the sandwich style, the cutouts kind of.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice touch.
That's actually something one of the things that I really love about Planet Eye watches anyways. So I'm not too bothered by that. Um, but yeah, the general aesthetic of it, I feel like it's too mimetic, it's like everything is taken from somewhere else. And with Baltic, I thought there were design elements that made it look like it's something different. This just looks like a mishmash of a bunch of different things. And I think
Is it
these are
available? Is it available on a bracelet?
nothing is available at all. First of all, I mean, they all do limited runs of like 50 pieces, 100 pieces. This one is not on a bracelet. This is just on leather. This is just on rubber.
Oh,
The GMTs are on bracelets.
very Nautilus like.
Right. I was gonna joke. I thought you were gonna joke and say like, very original. But yeah, I mean, look, um, and yeah,
That's a yeah.
I'm not too hot on them. And Maldives, if you can remind us of the price point as well. I really think like this was something like $7,000 or something. I think it's already sold out, so doesn't really matter how much they were selling for at retail. But please remind me if you know. He says I have
How
no idea.
large? How large is it?
Let's see. It just says sold out, honestly. I mean, it's like you click on it and there's no
No,
information.
no info. Huh? I
Okay,
technically.
okay, all right. 40 and a half. 40 and a half, 12 millimeter thickness, 4880 from luck to luck.
Not bad. It looks bigger in the concept picture.
And he is also confirming what I heard, Maldives. He says before they are released, even, they're just sold to family and friends. So that's
Hmm.
very bad practice, honestly. If they are actually doing that, if they're actually allocating watches before they even um, go for sale, I mean, that's just to create a hype, basically, so that those friends and family can sell it at a profit in the secondary market. Is that the purpose?
That's if they do that, then fight them.
Yeah. The caliber seems to be fine. I mean, it's something developed by Conod and Dubois Desprats. Those are respectable movement makers. Conod. Um, Aesthetically, it looks nice. The movement.
Hmm.
Um, I have heard certain quality control issues with the end product before in the previous generations. So I don't know. And I don't know the price point really. Night Diver says avoiding Gino was smart for Meech. I've handled a Serica watches and they were nice quality and decent price point. El Profesor,
Yeah,
how are you
it's a really
doing?
nice. Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Professor.
Hey guys.
How are you doing?
What's up?
Oh, great, great. I have more revelations for you, for all of you.
Okay, let's let's go. We should find a different name for you that befits this prophetic disposition.
Yeah, maybe. Have you seen the like in the U.S. you had Colombo,
Yes.
the investigator,
One
and
one
in
last one last question. One last thing. That's how we used to solve the the problems.
Or in Europe and the UK, it's Poirot. So I'm like Poirot, the investigator. So anyway, you can take whatever you want. Choose anything. Unfortunately, Ozzy is not here, or he's listening. But Mitch is here, so it's great that at least the crowd is here, and of course this. What I wanted to share with you is my experience yesterday in in one of the terminals at London Heathrow, and it was very funny. But I walked in, and the typical stuff said, "Well, these are display watches. We know that. Of course, they can sell them because they're functional watches." So then they said the typical thing, which is ridiculous. This is the description of a rigged market. So they tell you need to start a purchase history with us. You need to have a watch journey. Have a watch journey.
in a store in what is essentially a transitional space in a goddamn airport. They want a
In a
relationship.
goddamn airport. Yes, sir. In a goddamn airport where people are waiting to take a flight. You go in and you say, "Hi, nice lady. She said you need to start having a journey with us." So I said, "Okay, what is the journey?" Well, she said, Datejust. I said, "What about all the other watches you have?" No. These watches are posed. You cannot put yourself on the list for those watches. I said, "Okay." I said, "All right, what can you put me down for?" She said, "I can put you down for a Rolex Datejust 41 or 36. And then I can try and put you down for Oyster Perpetual." Oh, I said, "Great. Which one?" "Well, the gray one, the silvery one. I can put you down for that." I said, "What's the time frame?" "Oh, we don't know." I said, "Okay, very good." Then she says something very strange, guys. I need to know your job. What is your job?" I said, "Well, look, if I'm unemployed, but I have the money, what do you do?" She said, I need to tell them something." I said, "I'm just an income earner. I have made so much money, I just travel the world." She said, "Sir, this is difficult. You're making my life difficult." I said, "Okay." I said, "Where are you from?" She said, "Hong Kong." I go, in Hong Kong, you walk into a Rolex AD and they tell you, "You want this Batman? You can buy it for $25,000. The deal is between you and me." He said, "Yeah, but I'm here and it's this big." Oh, we have a message.
Yeah, Jubilee says, "I went to my authorized dealer yesterday where I purchased my OP 41 millimeter. I have my name for a sub. I was just following up. They told me all sports models are sent to head executives to approve before selling to consumer." The head executives of whom? Of that chain of authorized dealers? Or
So this is a
were they
good
actually
comment.
trying to tell you that they're sending them to head executives of Rolex? I wouldn't believe that.
So just taking off from this comment, I said to her, "Look, I'm a big guy. I want to buy a day date." Said, "Sir, day date, very hard, very hard." I said, "I want the Platinum Daytona." "Oh, sir, this can only be approved by our CEO." I said, "Your CEO needs to approve this goddamn watch?" She says, "Yes, because it retails for £50,000, the Platinum Daytona. But then in the gray market," she used the term gray market. you can sell it for 150, 200,000. I said, wow, my God, this is like I'm walking into some kind of a sophisticated retailer telling me about gray market prices. This is unbelievable. So I say to her, listen, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm a professor at a university, and here's my profile. I show her my profile. She says, oh, professor. I say, look, even if I'm a professor, I can still get the watch and sell it in the gray market. You know, it doesn't change anything. She says, no, but I trust you. I go, oh, you trust me? Okay, very good. She says, well, now that I have your details and you're legal, I'm going to register you. But if we find out that you're registered within our group for the same model, you will be delisted from the entire group. I said, listen, you really got me wrong. Let me tell you a little bit about my history, and we can just discuss this. Anyway, long story short, I say thank you very much, and then she sends me an email, and I got an email. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you, Lloyd, for transparency. And she says, she says all the things I just talked to you about. She even says the price of the watch has to be full retail, because of course there is a big scam in the world of Rolex. There are a lot of ADs who sell watches at a premium price, illegal for Rolex, right? And I've seen this in the Middle East. If anybody is watching from Rolex, they need to call their mystery shoppers and send them in the Middle East.
I have also heard these stories from authorized dealers in Hong Kong as well.
Exactly. And then here is the catch. I mean, can you believe this?
Jubilee confirms in his experience too. They need to call the head executive of that chain of authorized dealers.
Of
Is
that
this
chain.
common? Yeah, they pull that trick very often. And Alex says, yes, okay, cool. I don't care about the weights. To be honest, wristwatchholic Alex says the store manager has to improve allocation of Rolex watches due to high demands. That's common practice among authorized retailers. That's fine. Makes sense. Jimmy says, listening to this story is making me sick. Rolex can go pound sand. It's ridiculous. Just my opinion. And we agree with your opinion here, Jimmy. So you are preaching to the choir.
So I just sent you the message I got from these idiots. Okay. Lord. And then comes the cherry on the pie and says, you only have 48 hours to get the watch. Once we call you, you have 48 hours. So here you are, Mr. Flying around guy. If you're not flying, or you are somehow somewhere, or you're in a hospital, or something happened to you, well, the hell with you. You have 48 hours. After that period, it becomes available to another customer. However, your name will remain on the register of interest thereafter. This is ridiculous, guys. This is ridiculous, collection and full payment is required. And then it says the next paragraph, collection and full payment is required within 1 week from the first contact. But we will hold the watch for 48 hours. So what will it be? 48 hours or a week, right? So this is not a transparent system. This is completely clownish and clubbish. And unfortunately, this is the sad news, guys, I wanted to share with you of the rigged watch market, or at least for this brand.
Yeah.
You got the message, right, Lord? You got the full message.
Do you want me to read parts of this email they sent you?
Look, we're here amongst friends and colleagues and well-minded people. I care about all of you.
Christian Frech, welcome back to the channel, by the way. It was a pleasure spending time with you today in our showroom room. Thank you for visiting us and for your interest in the Rolex Datejust 41, Oyster Perpetual 41, and the Submariner. I write firstly to confirm that your name has been formally added to our register of interest, and register of interest capitalized here for these particular to pretend that it's this formal list of honor. El Profesor, you have the privilege of being added to the register of interest. As discussed, your chosen timepieces are both in high demand and of limited distribution. It is therefore not possible to provide you with a time scale of availability or say with certainty that we'll be able to source this exact watch for you in the future, which is just a way of saying, hey, we might just offer you a watch you don't want at all and string you along if you purchase that for an actual watch that you might want to purchase. If we can source you your choice model, I've also summarized the steps we will take at such a time and detailed some of our policies in this regard. These details are offered to you as a valued client with complete transparency and fairness. Although, please do not hesitate to contact us should you have any questions or require further clarity. When available, we'll contact you as soon as the watch becomes available. There's no necessity for you to contact us for updates. This is the beautiful one. This is don't call us. We'll call you. Which is one of the most beautiful rejections you get when you put yourself out there in any way. There's no necessity for you to contact us for updates. We have all your details stored securely on record. Although, please inform us if any of your personal contact details change at any stage. We will hold the watch for you for 48 hours, after which it will become available to another customer. However, your name will remain on the register of interest thereafter. Collection and full payment is required within 1 week from first contact. On your visit to the showroom, you will need to bring your proof of identification. Should you not make the purchase within this time scale, the next steps detailed in the previous point will come into effect. Wow, it's a very long email, so I'm not going to read everything, but this is actually a chain. I'm not going to expose them at that level, but it's a chain. It's a well-known brand of authorized dealers that operates globally, internationally. Very interesting.
I mean, if you go to Heathrow, you will register with them. They're in Heathrow, so it's only one. So yeah.
But by all means, I think it's easy enough to figure out for those If you know, you know. Ghibli says that's an unfortunate story. Have you tried the local AD? Sorry, just tuning it now.
Oh, I tried the local AD, guys. I am your mystery shopper here. I'm Lord's mystery shopper. I'm Deese's mystery shopper and Mitch's and Ozzy's. So I went to my local authorized dealer on Saturday. I took my son and we went in and I said, hi, I've been waiting for all this time for this great no-date Submariner. The lady says, oh, yes, Dr. John. Yes, sir. That's a waiting line for you for the next 3 years. I said, you must be joking. 3 years, I'll wait for a watch. I said, what about the Erking? The lesser kind of now Submariner. Oh, that's like 2 years if we're lucky. I said, do you get any watches or you just get stories of watches in this store? She says, no, we get about 40 watches a month. So I said, I don't qualify for a no-date sub. She said, well, it is what it is. Yes, people, I tell you.
Hey, we have spent a lot of time on the East Coast of United States at Professor. So, in New York, especially, we say this, it is what it is. You know,
Yeah, yeah, it
you
is
just
what it
you're
is.
just gone. You don't have the power to change certain things, and you just distance yourself from them if you can, um, and accept them as a fact of life and move on. Sometimes it's best to do that. Look, I have in the past pined for certain watches in Rolex's contemporary lineup, but it was always something that put me off. And at this point in time, not that I've ever done it, but I don't see myself buying a watch from an authorized dealer for Rolex. I just can't see that happening. Um, Fat says bribes go on. I've seen it with my own eyes. Free golfing trips to Spain. And Jimmy says just crazy. Wow. And Alex says some guesses. Um,
Good guess. For sure, it's one of the two. It cannot be Bucherer, just to be very transparent, because it's only in Switzerland and Germany, right? And some places in Austria. So excellent.
um, it's Drake has that verse. I'm top two and not number two. It's like it's either Bucherer or Watches of Switzerland, but it's not Bucherer. It sounds good.
I didn't say anything. I just said it's not the first one.
Amazing.
But I think us the hobbyists need to convey more and more these stories. Just because I think it's needed in the market. Um, what I really liked at the end, I mean, the only bit that I respected is that the price to be paid will be at the retail price, recommended retail price.
Mhm.
And the other thing they said is that if you have registered with us in for the same model in different stores, we'll just take you off from all our registers. So it immediately takes you out from the game. It doesn't mean anything if you are a gray market dealer. You go in and you give them a part of your profit, and then you get the watch. It doesn't tell you anything like that. But
Archive,
anyway,
welcome back to the channel. Much love and God bless you. Jimmy says I googled Heathrow watch stores, knew right away who it was. Jubilee says I was also told that specific AD more shipments have been coming through. And Jimmy said before, hearing this and other stories and other watch brands should really, really make an effort to swoop in and poach their customers. About Rolex customers he's talking about. But yeah, it's human nature. We all want what we can't have. I
yes,
agree and disagree, Jimmy. I mean, yes, that's how a lot of hype around luxury products and watches in particular work. But on the other hand, there are people like me too who are put off by these games and who decide at a certain point in time that is too much work. I would rather look, I have in the last decade, especially, but more so in the last 5 years, I had two opportunities. Either I could put myself on wait list for watches that I kind of wanted, and there was a certain hype around them. If I pursued certain opportunities, I could wait and get those watches at retail, or I could use that time where I would wait passively to actively seek out information, try on different kinds of watches, learn more about horology, learn more about myself in the process, minimally about what I like, what I don't like, what sits nicely on my wrist and what looks too big, what looks too small, what looks a little bit off. um, what what kind of movement do I prefer? What kind of watch face do I want to see when I look down on my wrist? I used all that time actively to learn a little bit more about watches rather than passively waiting for some shiny new object to come along my way. And ultimately, I'm happy with having made that decision. I don't regret it one bit. And I would heartily recommend this. The world is your oyster at this point. Tomorrow we are going to talk about watches under $1,000 and seek out suggestions from everyone. And I love Maldives. He has been sending a lot of recommendations of micro brands. We talked about a couple already, and we will return to them. Uh, the when you get informed, when you get some help and with guidance with the vintage market, you can also find certain deals. You can also find good examples of watches. There are more and more independents coming through and proving their mettle, and seizing opportunities from this big four, Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, and Patek Philippe. So don't get stuck in one brand, and don't play into their strategies of scarcity marketing.
I couldn't agree more. I think that in economics you have a lot of product substitution, and people are going to be opting for other products eventually, for other watch brands. They will get fed up, and we've seen that. I think it is happening. But also you have to give it to them. The marketing that they do is amazing. Same story with Patek and all that. But yeah, for ordinary people who get fed up, you can choose other brands, definitely.
Fat says, yes, I saw it happening in the UK. Other brands are starting to poach customers. Good. Glad to hear this, Fats, Jamie says. An archive is an example. Yeah. It's a case in point. I'm the type of character who wants to pay for my item and get it, not pay or get on the wait list for 18 different things and wait for 2 years to potentially get something. Yeah. And even then, the item I might eventually be offered might not be the one I want. Yeah, you don't want to go through that. Not everyone wants to go through that just because it's something that's hyped up and that you want and can't get. For some people, that can be extra motivation, that can be a little more flame, perhaps more spark. But yeah, I'm the kind of person, and apparently Archive is the kind of person who gets tired by those games, and I would rather be more proactive, make my own decisions, learn more about watches in the process, learn more about myself if I'm lucky enough about, in the process, and end up with a watch that I like and that I can get, that I can afford, and that I can lay my hands on when I actually am ready to pull the trigger.
I have a message from my friend who is asking all of you guys for your advice. He was offered. So we go back to this friend who was offered this Batman.
Yeah.
It was offered to him from he claims, or the other guy who's selling it to him, it's new in box. He looked at it, it's brand new, he said to me, and he was offered for it in dollars 18,500. He's asking for your advice. This, Mitch, anybody?
Well,
It's the new one. It's not the Gen 1, whatever.
I think at this point in time, this is a good deal, but better deals might come around. And I don't know what your friend's priorities are. I don't know if he wants this watch now and is ready to pay the premium, or if he's willing to wait a little longer. I think chances are that will dip a little more. I'm not saying it will come very close to retail anytime soon, but I can certainly see a Batman going for 17 and a half by the end of the year. easily. Um, so if he is not in a particular rush, my vote is wait, sit tight. What about you, Meech? What do you think? Because you're in the market for a Batman slash Batgirl as well.
Ah, tell us.
All right, so let me understand this correctly here. He's been offered a Batgirl for 18.
Batman for 18.5.
So it's on the Oyster bracelet. Right now, I think Batman's are trading actually higher than a Batgirl. 18. I mean, how bad does he want it?
Yeah. No, I
Although
think
if he doesn't really want it, then what's the
what's the rush? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I think Lord's right. I mean, if Batgirls are coming down to 19, I think, and Batman's are coming down to 18. Maybe wait a few months. Maybe they might hit 17. End of the year, possibly, depending on how dark and grim we get economically speaking. They might hit 15.
Okay. Okay. Good point.
What about you,
I
Bert?
yeah. Yes.
The experts have spoken. I don't know much about what spices, so I don't want to talk out of my ass. But it sounds reasonable what Lord said.
Yeah.
Fats,
Okay.
Fat says hold off. They'll drop more, and Jimmy says some good advice.
Yeah, I agree.
Guys, if you have not subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. It really helps me to get that little bit of exposure. Um, help me get to 1,000 subs and get this channel monetized. If you spread the word, share the link on other platforms, tell all your friends. That's the best help you can get me. And I'm already grateful for you, being on the panel, Meech, this, El Professor, and again, other usual suspect like Aussie Expat. I have some great panelists, and I have the pleasure of having all these lovely people in the chat. Brian and Mark Archive, who is in the chat now, helped me out so many other times on YouTube and on this channel as well. So I'm very grateful to them. But if you want to help the channel to become a little more self-sustaining before it gets monetized, if you want to support, if you want to contribute, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordtelespontv@gmail.com, lordtelespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, and that's $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And thank you for your support. And thank you, Jimmy, for your kind words. Yeah, for me, I mean, that's my general piece of advice for anyone who is in the market now to buy a watch that trends above retail. I'm not saying that it will come all the way down to retail next month or even before the end of the year. But when it comes to most watches that have traded at such a hyped up price point for so long, I think in the current economic environment, there's no way that these prices are not coming down and coming down further. So like Meech said, if we are really in dire straits by the end of the year, of course, scoring a Batman or a Batgirl in the secondary market could possibly be the least of our worries. So I hope it doesn't come down to that. But it has dropped all the way down to 18 and a half now. And I think it's not unrealistic to expect that it will probably drop down to 17 and a half by the end of the year, if not a little more. So if he's not in a hurry and if he's happy enough to get a watch for himself by the end of the year or maybe even in the first quarter of next year, I th-
Yeah.
I don't think he would regret that decision. Worst case scenario,
Absolutely.
it will remain right around that price probably.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think next year will be a difficult year for everyone because we just have the bad news of markets. Next year we'll have the bad news of the job market, and
Mm,
uh, and that's what will force consumption down, and eventually inflation is going to be fought by declining consumption and demand. So that's the only way the world is going to fight this frenziness in prices. Lord, I wanted to ask you two questions. Actually, they're
yes, sir.
background questions. So one is, can you tell me the picture you have on?
Yeah.
Yes, who is this
This
person, please?
I'll take you to my Instagram, which is a little better because it's a um nicer piece. And I'll go back to something I heard Maldives sent me as a good deal for a GMT Seamaster. So that is actually JFK Jr. Um, flipping off the
Ah,
flipping off the paparazzi from a New York cab.
right.
Uh, it's said to be in front of Studio 54, or was it
Okay.
the that's the name of the nightclub, right? Studio 54. Yeah. Um, and he's wearing a Submariner. So I thought that was a nice touch. And
Yes.
this was nice enough to tell me, hey, that looks like you when you had hair. And I'm really flattered by that comparison. um,
And then I have another question. Yeah, you
yes,
see, I
sir.
couldn't figure out if it was a New York cab. It looked a bit like an Italian kind of early 1970s
Yeah, it says
car.
literally NYC Taxi
Yeah,
Drivers
yeah,
Union here. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
local number as well.
All right. Then the other picture you have is the one you sometimes have as a background picture of this. Uh, I don't know who it is, but it's at the World Economic Forum in Davos. And you have it as a, well, I can read it because I've been to the forum. And you need to tell me who is this guy who's wearing this old politician or statesman or somebody who's wearing a submariner.
This
Yes.
this
Okay.
is this is Berlusconi's Minister of Economy and Finance,
Ah,
Gilo Tremonti,
okay. 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 Yes. All right.
and nice little rust tweed jacket and a beautiful Submariner.
Mm. Yeah, I could get the World Economic Forum behind the
And
background.
that this gentleman is Italian in two ways. One, he's wearing a Rolex. Two, he's actually color coordinating his frames with his jacket, and only Italians dress that vainly usually. So
Yeah, for
you
sure.
could
He
tell.
looked European, of course. He looked European, but I couldn't. The color complexion made him kind of. I thought he was from Luxembourg or from from that part of the world, but northern Italian as well.
Um, by the way, wristwatchholic Alex has a suggestion. He will get a Tudor Black Bay Pro to hold him over as a GMT watch, and wait for the Batman, pardon me, at to buy it at retail instead of paying the premium. And Jimmy says Berlusconi is the bonga bonga guy. That's one way of looking at it. And Fats is laughing at that. He's tightening his tie. Yeah. And that's a nice tie too, by the way. I mean, you can kind of get a little peek of it here. and that picks up on a, you know, on a color from his jacket as well, at least of the medallions, you know. So yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful outfit. Don't take me wrong. I love the style, and that's why I posted it here. Um, but yeah, that's the Davos guy, and I have some other characters here. And again, if you
But
wanna,
I have a question.
of course. Hmm. Go ahead, Professor.
I think it's frozen.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was saying, guys, if you want to follow this kind of content, you know, mostly about watches, but watches and style in general, man's style, feel free to add me on Instagram, and it's old.new.england, and I'm posting the link there.
Lloyd, I have a question, and to all of the people listening. If someone wants to complain to a watch brand directly, do they have a complaints box, like an email? Hi, let me tell you. Have you guys discovered anything like that?
Every brand's a little different, but yeah, there are some direct lines to talk to a brand. I think Tudor, Rolex, AP, and I'm assuming Vacheron, Patek, and AOS are probably the hardest to actually reach out to. I think Omega, Zenith, Breitling, and all the rest are probably fairly easy to connect with.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
If anybody finds any kind of an email, please share it with us.
can I say something, El Professor? I think, you know, your question implies, first of all, that we trust these brands in the first place to do the right thing. And in my
Sure.
case, I would not even bother. Like, I was,
Yes.
after I got an appointment at the Audemars Piguet boutique, and I was still made to sit outside and wait for an extra hour after my scheduled appointment. I was thinking, like, you know, I will go home and write an entire letter and
Right.
send it to the CEO. And I stopped and I asked myself, are you fucking stupid? Do you think they
Yeah.
actually care about you? Do you think they will listen and do something about it? Absolutely not. They don't care about you. They don't value you as a customer. That's
Or you
the
gotta say you
how
are a
you
YouTube celebrity, and then changes the whole thing.
how you are treated at the boutique is a direct reflection, usually, of how that brand looks at you as a customer. And they don't care about you. They only want to take your money if possible, and if you don't have an unlimited resource of it, they don't care much about you. So if they have a box for complaints, or if they have an email address, I don't care. I'm not going to look for it. I'm not going to send them any reports because I don't trust them to do the right thing.
I once had an issue with Omega, and I went to the Omega representative in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time that I went, I wrote Omega. They have on their website, they have like a contact us thingy. And I wrote them, and in 1 or 2 days, they solved the issue to my satisfaction. And
Well,
I gotta say, Omega are really good in customer service.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm really
Mhm.
happy to hear that. This is the Gran Seiko that's our friend Mark from chat, the archive of sorts, is talking about. What do we think about the Grand Seiko white birch?
Uh, well, I personally I think it's magnificent. I mean, it's very impressive, but as a daily watch, I don't think it cuts. Because it would get boring quickly. This texture is, I don't know. I wouldn't wear it daily, personally.
I already told you guys when I get to talk about Ali, my language starts flowing. So my point is this: my opinion on Grand Seiko is that I don't spend more than $1,000 on Seiko. So
Really, Lord, what if it's like a vintage, Wheelard or a 62 Mas or something like that?
okay, now you're talking, but Grand Seiko, look, especially when I just focus on dials, on the finishing of movements to a certain extent, you can see this is just nice work.
Hmm.
The skeletonized rotor is nothing to sneeze at either. It's beautiful. 80 hours of power reserve, beautiful movement, beautiful dial. I think the case and bracelets, in terms of finishing and work, is a little, I think, overrated. Um, but for me, it's more of a personal hangup, and that's why I phrased it in that way. I mean, to me, I look at Seiko as something accessible, as something that I can reach and get immediately, and get at a very affordable price point, and wear with abandon on a daily basis, like you said, this, like, um as something that I can use without having to think twice. And again, I
Hmm.
use my watches like that anyways, but I look at my Seikos especially like that, and I can never justify it for myself at those price points. And they, except for very limited editions like this, and very desirable ones like this one, the white birch, so to speak, um, they don't really retain value that well either.
Yeah.
But this one seems to be trending well, and I think that's because probably it's not available anymore at the boutiques and ads, possibly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No idea.
But it looks, I mean, it's a very nice looking watch, man. Like, I love the case design. I love those lines, those
Yeah.
chamfers.
It's very nice, man. Very nice finishing.
Yeah. SP says, gorgeous. Grand Seiko, perfect match for when you're driving a Lexus. That's one way to look at it. And Basil says, I like that one, Lord. Again, I'm not saying I don't like it. I actually like it as well. But whether I would pay five, six, $7,000 for this watch, or for a watch like this, Jimmy says, I see what you did. Yeah. Um, and kudos to Omega. And Van Lux says, by the way, for Rolex, you can call 1-800 Kiss My.
But Lord, um,
Yes, sir.
what's the main reason you wouldn't buy a Grand Seiko? The fact that it says Seiko, or the fact that it doesn't retain value, or something else? What's the
No, because
main?
again, it's really a personal hang up, because there's so much. Okay, so tomorrow's show is going to be like, what would you suggest for someone who wants to buy a watch, either as their first or as something to add to their collection, right at or under $1,000, right?
Hmm.
And for that, I think if you're a little picky, and if you want to go with something you can trust, go with something that has heritage, go with something that has timeless and time-tested designs. Seiko offers a lot of value. When you go to 3K, 3.5K, 5K, you like it's like a okay, you start with something like this, like from fashion watches and stuff that you can see um all over the place and offers no value, to a kind of a bottleneck, around 500 to 1,000, where you thankfully now have these independents and micro brands that are doing something different, but the options are a little low. And then when you start going up to 3.5 and more, and 5K, and especially someone like me who likes a little bit of adventure, a little bit of a hunt, doesn't shy away from going for uh, vintage watches, used watches that offer good value. There's just so much out there. So if I want something like this, to me, I know how beautiful this is. I know how different it is, but I'm happy with my date chest. I think this will be too big for what I want from it. Because to me, this should be a very elegant dress watch, but will it sit like that on my wrist? No, I think it will look too big on my wrist to begin with. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, so it's just because there are so many other options that I would consider before. So it's not just about Seiko necessarily. Um, but I know for a fact that Seiko offers some of the best values at a certain segment of the market. And when you start going up, there are just so many more options. And from a personal standpoint, I prefer those options more. Um, that's all.
Okay, fair point.
Oh, Bezos says I was referring to the 1K quote. Well, thank you. Thank you. I just came up with that on the run. I was very happy with myself, but then again, I kind of, you know, I like myself a little bit. So that's quite all right. But thank you for the kind words. And yeah, I think SP actually sums it up well as well, in the sense that Grand Seiko is the perfect match for when you're driving a Lexus. Because look, if you're looking for value, for reliability, for great design that has its unique signature, but that also can still align with established codes of luxury, but still offer some value. That's Lexus, that's Grand Seiko, and that's a good thing. Again, nothing against it. My aesthetic for this kind of watch is my Datejust 16014 silver linen dial, but a white birch. This is more 21st century. This is more of our era. Um, so I see why people would go for something like this.
Hmm.
But look at that. Can't do
Yeah,
that.
that's expensive, man.
And I know you can find them for a better deal than that, but still. Yeah. Guys, by the way, we are actually in the very last stretch, so I'm gonna go around the panel and ask for a few more opinions, maybe closing statements, so to speak. But thank you for being here. Please upvote on the way out. Subscribe if you haven't. And if you want to support the channel, you can see it in the crawling ticker. PayPal is lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App at $LHVV. It's in the crawling ticker again, and it's in the description if you want to contribute. In either case, I'm grateful for you being here. Um, Share the link, tell your friends, and help us expand this channel and help me get it monetized. And I really do appreciate you. Um, this, yes. Do you have any recommendations for people in the audience? Where do you think they should go next time to buy their watches? Next time they buy a watch, where should they go?
Uh, Well, it depends if if they are accepting to used watches, or if they want something new. I mean, if you want something new, then usually the only way to go is an AD and shops, unless you can find a like new in box, watch on the forums. But personally, I recommend buying secondhand used watches because the price is better. Um, and like if you want, well, okay, if you want a Rolex, then new Rolex, then you have to go to the gray market. But like a pre-ceramic 5 digit and older Rolexes, maybe you can buy from secondhand. But generally, secondhand is my recommendation. Like go buying from private people, finding them on Facebook, on Instagram, on social media. That's what works for me most of the time.
Great point. But yeah, I mean, look, our wires got crossed really because, yeah, the point is, if you want to get a new watch, you go to a retailer, you go to an authorized dealer. But there's the case with some of the biggest brands where you can't do that anymore, right? You want a new watch and you want it now, you have to go to the gray market, and they ask for crazy premiums, and we're not really willing to stand for that, at least not anymore. Um, so buying at AD at retail is of course ideal when it comes to these particular brands that trend for more in the secondary market. But I was always, again, for me, if you are into Rolex, some of the best value, as this already suggested, is in the 5 digit pre-ceramic watches. So if that's your lane and you like the older Rolex look and aesthetic and feel, there's still good value to be had around there. Let's say 95 to 2006. There's a lot to find there. Um, and again, they're not as cheap as they were uh, 5 years ago, but relatively speaking, you can still get great deals. And in general, just broaden your mind. Don't just stick to one brand. Go out there, try as much as you can, especially if you're in a big city, in a large metropolitan area. You owe it to yourself to go to all the brand boutiques, all the authorized dealers you can, all the shops. As Basil says, research is key. Learn more about what you like, learn more about yourself in the process, try on as many watches as possible. Don't write things off because they are X or Y brand, because they are too large, too small, before you put on the watch on your wrist and see it for yourself. And after you do that research, after you get informed, then maybe you can start thinking a little differently and maybe take certain risks, even if you know what you're buying and if you have the security of a platform, you know eBay, Chrono24, etc. Maybe you can look for watches on those platforms because you know what you're looking for. You know what is a good example, what is polished to bits and basically broken. You know what kind of seller is a little more trustworthy than the next one, and you know how to evaluate condition based on pictures. You know what to expect from those sellers. Do they have a good return policy? What does it cover? And what are your recourses if they are not delivering on their end? Will the platform protect you? Will the platform take your side? Will you be able to get your money back? But if you can get to that level, my recommendation is always that look out, find what you actually like and enjoy, not simply what the hype or trend suggests you. Try on as many watches as possible, keep an open mind, try on as many brands as possible. And once you do your own research, once you learn more about what you like and what you prefer, rather than what the internet tells you and what someone else tells you to like, then you can make your own decisions, then you can take your own risks, and then you can get better deals even on the internet.
Hmm. Yeah, sure, I agree.
What about you, Joe? What do you think?
Uh, guys, just stick with Rolex. Okay, guys. I love you. I love you, fans. You know this, right? Just stick with Rolex. Just stick with steel sports. Rolex. And maybe the occasional ladies' paddock. But just yeah, stick with steel sports.
And Professor, what do you think? What is your recommendation? Where should people go to buy their next wristwatch?
Yes, well, for sure, don't go to the airport. You're not going to get anything. You know, they'll ask you what work you do, and next year it's going to be tough. A lot of people will be telling them stories. I think this is a buyer's market, so I think you should be patient because the frenziness, the craziness of the watch market has come to an end. I love watching these YouTube programs of with all these speculators and promoters and gray marketeers who say that, well, if you compare watches to stock markets have fallen steeply, much more than watches. And watches have really corrected only by 20%. Maybe, the very hyped models have gone down by 30%, but really 20%. And I tell these people that they're all full of shit. They really don't understand. First of all, the watch market is not exactly the same as the stock market. And secondly, it took just 2 weeks for the watch market to dive, whereas stock markets have been diving for quite some time, right?
Can I
So
also can I also ask
yeah,
a question, Professor, when it comes to this? Wouldn't Isn't that, these watch YouTubers who are making these comments, the prices are really not dipping that much when they say something like that. And they actually have a power and have a participation,
of course.
since they are sometimes gray market dealers themselves, or otherwise very good friend clients or friend customers of those gray market dealers. What would be the analogy of an analyst, for example, who is appearing on a TV channel and opining on the state of the stock market? Like what
Yeah,
would be
exactly.
the analogy there?
There
Like
is a
what?
direct conflict of interest, and there is no Chinese wall between buy and sell.
Mm,
You cannot be buying the stock and promoting the stock. So you either write research on the stock and
mhm.
you differentiate yourself from those who buy the stock. So you cannot be buying the stock and writing about the stock, right? So here we have a direct conflict of interest because gray marketeers that we all watch on YouTube, uh, masked as objective people, right? And then what they have is underneath, they have the sponsors of these watch gray marketeers. So, they're also stupid enough, because they're saying on the one hand, the market has really gone only down by 20%, but look at Tesla, it has gone down by 50%. So we're great. I mean, how stupid can this analogy be?
Yeah.
And
But by the
secondly,
way,
they are controlling the market.
Right. By the way, yes. I mean, the market went down 20% really means that I was selling this watch for 10 and now I'm selling it for 8. So essentially that same person is then telling you the market has gone down 20%.
And yes, and also they say another stupid thing. Had it not been for the war, things would have been fine. And once we're done with the war, and this is the sell the sale the sales pitch, they tell you, things will recover. Yes, of course they do recover things, but the issue is the time. If they take 10 years to recover, you're screwed with a piece of watch that you bought at the height of the market. So there is a direct conflict of interest. And let me say something that people should be very careful, because let me use the analogy for something similar to watches. So the only proxy we have to watches and stock markets is companies that are trading, what companies that are trading in the stock market. And
Mhm.
take a firm which is traded in the UK stock market, Watches of Switzerland. So go and look at the price of the stock Watches of Switzerland 6 months ago and look at it today, where it is. And that should be a real reflection, or a more realistic reflection of the state of the watch market, than the stupid things that we all hear about. Don't worry, it has only corrected by 20%. What a great value a watch is. What an investment opportunity a watch is. Just hold on to it. It's not a transparent market. People do not, the equity markets and capital markets are far more transparent than watches. So do not be misled to believe the myth. Again, we said this a few
JB was making a very good point earlier, by the way, on the AD asking about the occupation. It seems that there's a bias or even possibly a directive from above to sell the most desired expensive pieces to people with VIP level doctor jobs, etc. Or vice
Yeah, let me
president
comment.
level, I guess it says. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the issue here with what was said just now is that they claim that they want to have watches going to people who are not going to flip them. And the case in point is that no, they want to have watches that goes to high net worth individuals eventually, because they want to promote the brand like a Patek. A Patek will never end up with somebody who is, a commoner. They need to segregate the commoners from the upper level people. But the claim they make is that we need to control the gray market, because if you're not a VP level or a doctor or a professional, you have a greater chance to flip it. But it's just a pretext. Of course, they want to create a name for themselves through this high net worth individual segment for the watches. Don't be uh, wronged by the fact that Rolex produces 1 million watches. So it's you and 1 million other people who own the watch for that particular year. And for the previous years, there are about 100 million people who own the Rolex around the world. So you're not that
And
unique.
don't say that. That's like, that we have Doc BBW as a character on the Archieverse, and he says that the moon landing was staged, and that draws particular ire from Speedmaster fans, of course, the fans of the moon watch. So telling Rolex owners that they're not unique and precious as a snowflake, it's you don't want to hurt our audience like that.
No, I'm a Rolex owner as well, Lord. You know this, but we should also be realistic. I mean, they're trying to sell something, and you guys said it many times before, that they're trying to change the sales pitch into a unique buying experience. You know, it's the journey. It's they open champagne whilst you are, you know, buying the watch at Cartier. They open the champagne. Now, of course, it's fizzy water, fizzy wine. It's not expensive champagne. And during a recession, the champagne will turn to be probably fizzy water. But you know, they're trying to make you feel that, oh, you know, you're buying something. Okay, you're buying, but at the end of the day, we're not fixing, you know, cancer. We're not finding solutions to health issues
I love
globally.
I love getting some free salsa when I go to luxury stores. So don't talk down sparkling water. I love my salsa. So guys, thank you so much for being on the panel with me today. Tomorrow we are talking about some of the best watches that you can buy at $1,000 or less at retail. So we're gonna talk about a lot of independents, I'm sure, a lot of micro brands, some maybe some oddballs here and there, some Seikos for sure, and we can integrate some of the watches that we can perhaps buy on the secondary market and even in on the vintage market if you have some original ideas. So come prepared. I know I will. Upvote on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm very grateful to have you all here. Thank you for your presence and support in the chat. And thank you, El Profesor, Des, and Joe for being with me tonight, where we talked about our leads for buying watches. So thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I bid you adieu. Take care. See you in the next one.